All right, is this on? Mic check, 1, 2. All right, how's the hair? Okay, lighting good. That sound. Mic check, 1, 2. Makeup good. How do my eyebrows look? Spectacular, nice. Okay. All right, when are we gonna do this? We got coffee? What's our intern doing? Yeah, go get coffee, of course. Yep, that's one job you're supposed to. All right, well, you need to talk to them afterwards, okay? Like, I mean, you know, what are we paying for? The coffee is supposed to be full at all times. No, I'm not asking them to pick the beans. I'm just asking them to grind them and, you know, do all the things. It's hard to find help nowadays. So hard. Oh, we're like ready to go? Fine. Okay. Fine. Okay. No, we've been live. What do you mean we've been live? Oh my gosh. We're gonna talk about this afterwards. Hey, what's going on, guys? I see a lot of familiar names already in chat. Welcome to everyone out there. Hopefully you're having a great day. See a lot of familiar names already kicking off here. Also, my stream, my multi-chat is finally working again. Very nice. Just had to restart the computer and all the things. Let's give some shout outs where they're due. OG Chad. How you doing, Chad? You know what?
All primary objectives complete.
Thanks to Add Tank Care for my sub gift.
That's right, Sassum. Tank Care, he gets around. Thank you, buddy. Thanks for coming back. Much appreciated. Thank you, Tank Care as well. Chad, I hope you're having a great day. Chad, I'm gonna do something, Chad. Don't be afraid. It's not gonna hurt. Okay, there you go. There you go. I'm gonna add that, Chad. There you go. All right, Esco Morco is already lurking. Thor, how you doing, sir? He's also lurking. Not Hans, are you lurking? Boris Cajun Tuna, what's up, bro? Star Wolf is lurking as well. Appreciate those lurks, bro. We got Tori, Hobbit ASMR mode engaged. New stream title. Phil whispers softly in your ear about food for 6 hours. Okay, I'm gonna describe to you what it's like to bite into warm apple pie with ice cream. That's right. That's right. What's going on, Hulk? How you doing? Sassum. Let's see. Online, how you doing? Is it online? Online? I don't know how to. Oh boys, man. Video has been gaining some traction, man. Holy moly. Looks like lots of comments on that. Torium, I'm glad you're. Tori's like, it's like sitting knowing there's a guillotine right above you. They say it won't come down, but there's always the chance. Anyways, for my YouTube peeps, make sure to say hello. How are you? How goes it? You've been followed since like 2000. I know, right? It's like I'm the worst. I wanted to make sure it was pronounced correctly. I don't think that's wrong. Also, you've definitely been following since 2021. Is it online? That's what it looks like. Online. Oh, like all systems nominal online? Weapons online. Look, I know more about you than you know about me. That's definitely not true, but yeah. Yes, but from a French streamer, I'm okay with unline. Ooh, that sounds better. That definitely sounds better. Unline. Tra-la-la. That sounds like a either a really nice perfume or like expensive shampoo, you know? You know what I'm saying? What's up, Rod Todd? Hey, first YouTube speaker over there. How goes it? Zector coming in. Bonjour. Buongiorno. That is a good looking 4G right there. That's a good looking VIP badge you got there, Chad. You know what? You know what you did. I don't know why I didn't have that. I'm gonna add that right now. That's right. I'm doing it. You can't stop me. I'm doing it. Hold on. Can I edit? Add benefit. Custom benefit. Twitch VIP status. Category. Obviously you'd get live chat. Live event VIP. Ooh, do that. Add benefit. Cool. Cool. I'm saving that. How's it feel, Chad? Hunchback Murder Squad win. You know, you can't do it all the time. AK Dust, how you doing, man? Good morning to you. Good, just the usual morning stuff. Ignoring the cold, dude. North Carolina. I know some of you guys are gonna be like, oh, it's not cold. For North Carolina, we've had a very, very cold winter already, and it started very early. I think our first, like, in the 20s was in November. I think early December, which is really weird. Unale, it is a snub, sir. Ma'am. However, mech you identify. Good. Let's see. Let's see here. I'm getting Kickstarter emails from Catalyst. I felt like that was already done. Is that still not done? Has not all the orders been fulfilled yet? What? It's been crazy warm in Alaska. 30 above is too warm for this year. Yeah, don't worry. I think the weather, whatever it is, the weather system, it's throwing places off where it's like some are warmer, some are colder, but man, it's been cold here. For me, maybe this is just how it always is, and we just had a warm few. Like last winter was pretty cold too, but it wasn't this cold as far as this long. And then, yeah, so what's going on? Hey, Bats. So I have good news and I have bad news. What do you guys want first? No, thank you, Chad. Thank you. I feel like we should do light at top. I think it should be maybe that. And then that. Maybe that. Back at the bottom. Not as dark. We need distinct difference there. Baby blue. My baby boy. The bad. Okay. So the bad. I'm gonna be losing my 1 gig fiber service because I'm gonna be canceling it. The good is that the 2 gig new company that's moving in is out there right now. The tech showed up with like an entourage, just all like, how many people are out there? She's out there. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 other people are out there. And so they're getting out of another truck, and I'm like, hey, what's going on? And they're like the operations management CEO and like, or whatever, manager, and a host of people. And I'm like, and they're like, they're pretty much sure it's just like a dog and pony, if you will, just come out, sort of check this out. So for those that don't know, I pay $80 right now for 1 gig through a company. And a new company called Brightspeed here in North Carolina was like, hey, you get 3 months for free, and it's, I think, $70. It might be 80, but 2 gigs. And it's 2 gigs up and down. And so I was like, yeah. Well, I called my other company, my current ISP, and they were like, no, we won't match that. And I was like, well, do you want to ask a manager before you lose a customer? So anyways, they showed up. So they're out there right now. Basically, we're doing hardwired out in the office. And then we're going to be doing access points, I guess, in the house here. So yeah, new ISP, MetroNet that is providing fit. Most people don't need those speeds though. But I think what it is like, okay, well, that's fine. What you're doing is you're off. I was like, guys, this is big for me. I was like, this is super helpful. I was like 2 gigs up, because they were like, oh, so what do you do? And I'm like, well, I need to step away, start the stream. I was like, yeah, so I do live stream, and they're like, YouTube. So yeah, AK, super fortunate. So office folks coming out for an excuse to leave the office. Hey man, internet infrastructure. So where are you at? Hey Bats? Only I should have been like, well, you guys know what OnlyFans is, right? It would have been great to see the look of awkward. No, I didn't want to do that. I would have been like, oh, I'm messing with you. I fail to see the bad news is bad with the reason of the good having it. Well, I mean, you know. McLean, you don't like your carrier pigeon internet? Fresno, California. In Fresno, yeah, it's still surprising. Huh. I think you said that last time when I asked. Interesting. Yeah, AK, where are you at? Look, man, fiber is great. I would say this is like, if you've had internet for a while, look to see what companies are there now, because this company just started in they said 2022, and they started getting laying stuff in 2023. So this wasn't even available when we moved in here. As far as the company wasn't even here when we moved in, I should say. So you may have a company that's moved in and you just didn't know yet. So I would definitely just research. Also, I found this out. Some companies have special rates, and then they'll cancel. But if you call back and just be like, hey, someone else offered me this, I'm thinking about, would you be willing to match? So, carrier pigeon is still the highest possible bandwidth internet. Ping time is just awful. It's like saying I have to sell the old Pontiac with the duct tape holding the body together, but I'm getting a Rolls Royce. But maybe you're really attached to that, Pontiac. Dude, I had a Pontiac Sunfire. Can we just say it was it's like a poor man's Firebird attempt. I hated that car. I got it when, so when I went in the Marines, and I was graduating from tank school, we were to report. We had to the weekend to report to Lejeune, and we had flights, and I had them change my flight from Raleigh to Charlotte, and I had to find a vehicle that weekend, and my mom had to co-sign. So I was 18 still. Yeah, I was still 18, and I think it was $4,000. My mom had to co-sign, but it was a local dealer, but it was a red Pontiac Sunfire. I hated that thing. I hated it. It just drove it. It was such a I don't know, Yeah, dude, it's like you look at it and you're like, is this someone trying to make a Firebird but not a Firebird? And you're like, oh my gosh, it is. Yeah. My internet is better than pretty much everyone I've conversed with on the internet for home internet. Fairbanks, Alaska, we have one internet provider and it's not good. Oof, yeah. They tried to get you internet, but you were stopped by the pitchforks. Are you talking about Norfolk? Oh, is that, yeah, so that was, AK, that was an issue as far as monopolies for where a town makes a deal with an ISP where another company can't come in. That was an issue, I think, in Raleigh, Cary area, because who was the first one? What was the first, like, fiber? Google. Google was the first companies that came in, and Google, I think Google broke the, like, the red tape behind it, and then it just started pouring in. And I think, you know, again, competition's great. This company that I currently have for an ISP, they're about to lose me because they won't match the price and their speed. So I'm going to be switching over to this company. You know, so I use Verizon 5G. It does the job well enough for $60 a month. Are you not Hans? So you're, oh, so you're not, you're on wireless basically. We call it sneaker net. The highest bandwidth possible is mail-in storage in a shoebox. The life of a turnip farmer watching gas-powered telly is hard. You had a Pontiac Sunbird, hated it? It is a Sunbird, isn't it? Oh my gosh, I've never heard it referred to that. Yeah, I hated my Sunfire. I wanted a, so that was circa 2002, 2003. I was 18, because May is my birthday, and I had it, and I think, did I pay it off in my first deployment? So I paid it off on my first deployment in Afghanistan. I was doing payments, and then I just had my mom like double up on payments. So my Sunfire, and then when I got back from Iraq, I wanted an Eclipse. Hear me out. Mitsubishi Eclipse. I wanted a 99. You know, that bubbly sort of, look, Fast and Furious got me, okay? But I wanted a 99 Eclipse. That just style, here, hold on. 99 Mitsubishi Eclipse. This thing, I don't know what it was about this thing. I wanted a Mitsubishi Eclipse so bad. Was it a 99? 2000. Might have been 2000. 8. Hold on. Anyways, I wanted one of these so bad. Well, guess what? I didn't get one. I got a 2000, I think 2001 Mitsubishi Eclipse. Was this one of the Switch? Yeah. So the this is basically the one I had. This is exactly what I had. So when I got back from Iraq, no, I got it before I went. Did I get it before? I got it when I got back from Afghanistan shortly after. I got rid of my Sunfire and got this. And then I got this paid off when I went to Iraq. That's what it was. So circa 2003 through 2004, I paid the Sunfire off when I was deployed to Afghanistan. And then I got this, and this was paid off. I think it was 2001. So this was 2005 through 2006 time frame, somewhere around there. So I had I got a, this is literally the color. It was like an off-white V6. Actually, it was a really good car, all things considering. Definitely different from the sort of style. I think it was a little bit too, I don't know. Like looking at it now, you're like, yeah, you can definitely tell how like design has, like, things have been dated. Like this was a good looking vehicle, same 99, but then like, yeah, that's basically the car I had. So had CenturyLink over to fix an issue. He got a coworker over to assist who is part of the quantum fiber side of the house. The quantum guy asked me about the plan I have and told him me not to switch over to quantum. Really, Star? I gotta drive a brand new Rolls-Royce Spectre yesterday. Hold on. Rolls-Royce Spectre. Do I even want to see this thing? Ooh. You know, I mean, these are, I just don't like the look of those though. Like that to me, it's, I guess I'm just poor, but I don't like the look of that. Now the inside, that's dope. That's beautiful. But the outside, that isn't nice to me. Am I weird on this? I don't know what year are we talking about? Yeah, that's not for me.
All primary
That's not for me.
objectives complete.
Happy 55 months. Congratulations on being a mech dad again. When should we expect the little ones to take over lol?
They should start pulling their weight. You know what I'm saying, Phantom? You know? Thank you for the 55 months, bro. We all love the Pontiac, do the Bandit and Knight Rider. No, the Pontiac the Pontiac Firebird is great, McLean. The problem is what was this? I think it was a Pontiac Sunfire. Dude, I think I had oh my God, I hate it. Look at this. This was an attempt. No, I didn't have those wheels, did I? Oh my gosh. I think I had. Mine was red. Look at this. Tell me, it's trying to be a Thunderbird. Oh, dude, I hated this vehicle so much. But I had one. What does this say? No, I didn't have a GT. I just had a regular. I think it was a 2099, maybe. Yeah. This looks more like it. And one of these dopey looking things. Oh my gosh. I hated that thing. I mean, it got me from point A to point B. Don't get me wrong. But it's like, it triggers me right now. I'm triggered. Look at the Nissan Z, hold on. Nissan 300ZX. I drove one of these. I almost got one of these. Actually, it looked just like that. I should have, at the time, my parents' friends owned like a used car dealership. And I remember he let me test drive one of these and it looked just like this. And I almost got it. I should have, because it was probably a lot better than the Honda I got, but yeah. That actually looks dope. To me, this actually looks cool. Like, I could see like a retro, like someone make it like electric or whatever and do like a, kit or whatever. But yeah, that looks cool. I mean, me personally, a lot better than this. Would you rather drive this or this? Let's be honest here. Yeah. A Spectre's 200,000 plus. 2025. We talking cars for? Yeah, I'm just in, it is based on the Chevy Cavalier. Yeah, the Chevy Cavalier. Yeah, I would have rather had a Chevy Cavalier. Like, Chevy Cavalier. 1999. Yeah. I would have rather had this than that. Oh my gosh. It triggers me. I don't want to look at it. Was that the ride that pulled and no. You guys want to see when I met my wife, I had a 2001 Volkswagen GTI 20th anniversary edition. I had this bad boy right here. This was the vehicle I had. That's literally the vehicle I had. Little hatchback. Thing was dope, man. It was 6-speed, 180 horsepower, I think, turbo. It had really, really nice seats. I remember because the seats, it had like really, really nice seats. But yeah, this is what I had when I met my wife. And I had a motorcycle. Yeah, bros. Dude, this thing, the little GTI was great. I can't believe I sold it. You know why I sold it? What did I sell it for? I sold the Eclipse for this. And then we sold this because my wife didn't know how to drive stick shift. Dude, this car right here was so fun driving. Like, going around corners. I mean, it's not like I did anything crazy, but like, it gripped so well. The only issue I had on this vehicle, since the day I owned it until I sold it, so that was 2007 to 20, whenever I got my wife's Volt. Yeah, traded that in to get her a car she could drive. Was the cruise control didn't work. So for like long distance driving, yeah, that sucked. I don't know why I never fixed it, but yeah, it was a great little vehicle. So, yeah, I had a 2001 when I met my wife. 2001 Volkswagen GTI. Oh, that was great. Booster seat. You shit. What's the dashboard on this? It's a dashboard. Oh, that is dope. Really? That is what the dashboard looked like? Bro, it's a mech cockpit. What? It's like cyberpunk before. Like, this is what the cyber truck should have like be. Yeah, the wheelbase on this was great. I think it was like 18-inch. I mean, it was big wheels. But like I said, because it was like just the center of mass, just enough. It was 1.8 liter turbo. I think it was like 180 horsepower. It wasn't crazy, but like for that vehicle, yeah, that's dope. Look at that. That's like what, dude? I would like. By the way, from me, and this may sound heretical, something like this vehicle, the Nissan, to me would be an awesome conversion where you get rid of the gas engine and it's all electric, and then you have like that dashboard. That would be dope as shit. All right. Yeah, I started with this. This was my second vehicle, and I went from this to the Eclipse, to the GTI. Yep. Yeah, DeLorean status, right? Yeah. What is the other Nissan that's really prized? Is it the what's the other one that the Nissan, is it, there's another one that's like, it's up on my like, it popped up on my feed, like people doing it's a Nissan 300 something, or I thought it was. Maybe somebody will develop some kit that invert the GTR. No, maybe not. No, it wasn't this. It was it's a Nissan something that it might actually just be, no, I feel like I'd have to look. The ZX? Yeah, that's what this is. Anyways, just 1 second, guys. I gotta answer this. All right, guys, I have to step out. I apologize for this. I know no mech action just yet. We'll get to it. I gotta step out. They're done installing, so then I think they have to come in here and get the wireless set up. So just give me a few. Apologize. I know I was like, it was supposed to be from 8 to 12, and I was like, I guarantee they're gonna show up right when I'm streaming. But I'll be right back. Alright, and we're back. Alright, sorry about that, guys. Alright, we're good. Let me, so, let's check the, you guys want to do a live speed test here? Hold on. We're gonna connect to the new wireless via my phone. This password is ridiculously long. That's crazy. So, picking up. Oh, there we go. Ooh, it's not the best. let's see what we got here. Because I think right now I'm on the 5. Let me test my current. I'm using my phone just to sort of speed test. We're just gonna do a quick speed test on my phone. Let's sort of see. This is the current wireless. Granted, my router is like right there. 501 download. Looks like 400 something upload. Okay, so 501 download, 490 upload on my phone. I figure that's probably pretty good. That might be the upper limits of it. You don't do your own network inside the house? No. I don't. All right, so that was nothing crazy, but pretty good there. Let's connect to this new. As long as I type that in correctly. Connecting to break speed. Okay, so this is a access point basically. Repeat. Star Wolf, what's the difference between, or if you guys know, access point and a repeater? Is there any difference there? All right, run speed test. Ooh, those are significantly slower. That's like really slow. It's like 15. Oh my gosh. We're gonna have to probably fix that. IT nerds. Okay, yeah, that's... Alright, we're gonna have to... Yeah, I wonder if it has a... May have to relocate that. Anyways, it works for TV and our phones. But I just upgraded my network switch from 16 port. I have no idea what that is, sir. Basically what they did is on my building outside, they gave me a 25-foot fiber extra cable so I can go up and around the door or whatever. Ideally, it would have been nice to like snake it through, like already have a like it, but they couldn't install it until it had heat and air. I guess the modem and router and stuff. Anyways, regardless, but it'll work. So anyway, she gave me an extra cable so I can move to the other side of the room. So switch connects all of the wires to one network so they can talk like a router without internet. Gotcha. There.
Enemy mech destroyed.
Also 8 minutes ago, Space Wizard, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Angry Fish, thank you for the request. Also, you also can request a mech exclamation request in chat. All right, let's go. Bluefish, go. We're gonna do. Oh, I don't have that color. I have that color. Royale blue. Yeah, that works. Yeah, so I don't know. I'd have to look to sort of see if they're repeaters or if they're access points. Because if they're repeaters, then yeah, I mean, I know access points are different, right? Interesting. All right, here we go. So is a repeater and an access point different? Difference between access point versus repeater. Okay, so a access point creates a new network or extends an existing one, which so it can do both. Okay. Access points are usually wired in. Yeah, that's not going to be an option. Yeah, I'm not worried about the, so for those that picture in your mind, I've got the building out there. That's where the hard line is. Right inside the house, in the laundry room, on the other side of the house, she put in a repeater or access point. I'm assuming it's a repeater. And then right outside of my room, there's also one. It doesn't need to be super fast, but obviously it needs to handle phones, TV. That's pretty much it. Phones and TV. So it doesn't have to be ridiculously fast, but it needs to be able to handle, like, hey, watching Disney or, you know, whatever. So what's going on, Padre? How you doing, sir? Padre, what do you use for lighting? I need something. I need to get these off the desk. I just have these little LED ones that sit on the desk. I need to get rid of desk ones. Or at least if I'm gonna keep them, I need to get them off the desk where they're mounted to the desk and up and around or something like that. I was gonna ask you what you use for lighting.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Hey guys, how are you?
Engage.
This is Clan Command. Get to the target and capture it. Cut down any enemies that get in the way.
I will warn you guys, that moon guy is really, really good. FYI. If you get him in your sights, kill him while you can, because he is dangerous. He's one of them level 1 guys. But not unkillable.
You can kill it.
Oh, I'm not ramping him up to be he's not. He's just a good player. He won.
Contact Charlie 3.
Target acquired. New target acquired.
I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can harass here. I gotta be really careful not to run into other fights.
New target acquired.
Alright, I'll catch up with chat in just a second. Playing a light is a little bit more time intensive.
Acquired.
Got an urban map running the Charlie line. That's the 2 area.
Acquired.
Coming behind us with PPCs.
Incoming Audi.
Oh my god, the generous. Of course he is. Alright, we're rotating pretty quick, which is fine. It is what it is.
New target
Let me take care of
acquired.
this guy. Ooh, hack 40s.
UAV activated.
Target spotted.
New target
Enemy UAV.
acquired.
Yeah, we got someone behind us. We just got shot in the back.
No, that's
Over
what's
in
going to
Charlie
happen with
5.
this. I'm gonna let him take the damage here.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Trying to go for a headshot.
Damage. New target
Let's
acquired.
see if he is engaged someone else. Okay, push.
Target
Push, push.
spotted.
Turbo Rooster. Rooster here.
Delta 4 has a pop loading.
Oh, he's dead. CT on him. Oh, wow. 3 dire wolves. Fox, rear torso. Be nice if you took him out. Thank you.
Target
India.
acquired.
Yeah, we've got a pretty nice roll here.
Right, it's down.
Torso. He just shut down. Alpha. Oh, well, sorry, buddy.
Acquired.
Look at Charlie, right torso, left torso. Looks like we're winning this, but by how much? That's up to us, man dog.
Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Delta center. He's XL.
Target destroyed.
Charlie 3.
Target acquired.
Oh. Well, that was unfortunate. That was the Irby. Wow. I just got put down.
Strike online.
That right there. He just caught me. Oh, that was so unfortunate.
New target
This
acquired.
Kintara's doing work. Wow, we're 8-9. Dang it, man.
UAV activated.
Repeaters are pretty much the same as AP, same tech, but as Star says, APs are usually wired in to drop the communication down into the wired network, while repeaters just transmit. APs are usually wired in to drop communication down onto the wire. Okay, so the idea would be a repeater or an AP point would have better signal because it's wired in and then it's boosting. Okay, that makes sense.
25%. Do not let the enemy keep it up.
Yeah, they just want that. Dang it. I use 4 floor lamps that have a white shade, 2 to illuminate the green screen and 2 to illuminate me. I use
Enemy forces
2
are halfway
bolts to
there.
control how much line is projected to the launch line. Use access points here on the campus. They're all wired in at home. I have everything in the basement wired up. They use a mesh network with a few access points around the house. Most of them. Yeah, I can't do wired because, yeah, that's not really a.
Critical damage.
I'd have to redig, bury a conduit. I mean, it's always possible, I guess, but.
Your efforts here have been seriously disappointing. The
Good try, guys.
enemy is victorious.
Yeah, that Irby getting the kill on me was so lucky of them. And he one-shot me right in the back, too, which... Yup, that guy right there won him the fight just by blapping me. And that was unfortunate. I haven't played in some time. Lights are always my favorite. Pilot of Locust for a long time. Do they still hold up? Oh, yes, lights can be very annoying. Still need to get the will to run a hardline to my office. You can't find a game in 15 minutes. I find matches. Make sure you've got whatever server selected. I have no problem finding matches. Padre, can you send me links to which ones you use? Like I said, I need to look at potentially getting yeah. Yeah, I did buy actually I think it's right underneath. I think that was the original plan, was to run, yeah, run a direct line out there. Yeah, Pavel, I don't, yeah, ping shouldn't affect you getting a match or not, but I mean, right now is probably the lowest. Review Steam charts. I think right now is one of the lowest times as far as during the day. Let's see, 6, 7. No. It starts to pick up. The lowest time it looks like during the day is around 6 in the morning. And considering it's 11, it starts to pick up. But I mean, there's not many people on right now. No. What's going on, Sparty? How you doing? All right, Angry Fish, if you are there, thank you again for all the support, as well as yesterday. It's greatly appreciated supporting the Milk Goblin, man. I owe you a lot more matches, so we will do that today. So I ran the Hunchback 4G quite a bit for whoever. I don't know who that was. What's going on, Heathen? How you doing? All right, guys, 1 second. I gotta walk the dog for my wife. It's always one thing. 1 sec. going on, Heathen? How you doing, buddy? Let's see. Okay, so you're using like a floor lamp. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. I'm tracking now. Ooh, Esco, very nice on the paint job, sir. If you were there. Yeah, I think what I'll do is when I get the desk and everything out there, I'll make a decision on, I'll keep this, of course. But the big thing is, like, again, lighting. The green screens are really important. The green screen actually could use better lighting on itself, so. Yeah, I think a lighting source on it. And then, yeah, that'll help out quite a bit. Yeah, I'll need to come up with an idea. Once I get I think, for me, once I get it in there and sort of see, because I have no idea exactly where, I'm going to be putting things, and the big thing right now is the green screen is really, I can touch the green screen right here, so that you can sort of, well, it's right there. Ideally, it would be a little bit further back, and I could have full light on it. That's why sometimes you'll get, I try to put enough distance between me and it, but yeah, it's yeah. I'm wondering how just the lighting in the room is going to be now that I've got just lights where I can have them up and on. That should help out tremendously, I think, with things as well. But all right. Yeah, I just want to remove as much clutter from the desk as possible, ideally. And having those, like I have a monitor stand, and then I've got these, same thing with like the camera. I have this on a tripod, and ideally I think if I had it on an arm would be better, just so it's not on the desk. Same thing with these little flimsy, they work, but definitely could be improved. Esco, good job on the paint job, sir. Solves it. Yeah, let's see. I moved the. Let me do another speed test. I moved the. See if that helps at all. Oh, did it just drop? Internet connection. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to. I think I may move that one. All right, sounds good, Sparty. Pinware just dropped. Ads. Oh no. Well. Yeah, I'm gonna have to, I think, move that because it is not. What's going on, Wolf? How you doing, buddy? I think what I'll do is I'll unplug the one right here, walk to the one that's coming into the home and see how that is,
Online.
and if it's good or bad.
Sensors online.
The
Weapons
thing is,
online.
the router and modem are way over. Yeah, gonna have to do some finagling, I think. And if I had to, worst case scenario, do a hardline, I can still do that. It just require me doing a little bit of extra work. And if an access point is, it does have a. By the way, I'll Starwolf, if you're there, I'll take a picture of the unit, and it's got a jack, an R45, whatever it is. So I'm wondering if it is an access point, and they're just using it as like a repeater right now. Rude. And then if I need to, what I can do is dig the ditch a little bit lower, and yeah. And if anything, where it would be going, it actually would be a little bit easier to do.
Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Incubus. Incubus is already. Why am I firing that? I mean,
Target spotted.
Target
that's not a bad
acquired.
hit. Oh yeah, that is the same dude. Yeah, I don't want to play with your friends there. Multiples Delta 3 high.
Affirmative. Roger.
Target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target
I think
acquired.
going for flank here is not a bad idea, but I just gotta be careful.
New
They are on
target
Charlie 3 as well.
acquired.
Target spotted.
Hey, Flea, watch behind you, behind you.
Target spotted.
Yeah, I know. UAV as well. Bravo 3.
Down.
Thank you. Circling around.
Spotted. Target spotted. Assistance.
Hey, Wolf, thank you again, sir. Now we're down one. What are we down?
Target spotted.
Taro. Good.
Is the assault alone? Down there? Is he alone?
As far
Yes.
as I can tell now.
Can you get blood pistol?
I'm engaging from the front.
Yeah, I'm in. Coming.
Target spotted.
Flea coming in.
New
Bailing.
target
Bail,
acquired.
bail.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Engaged from the rear.
New target
I'm getting
acquired.
out of earshot.
Target spotted.
No, I think we're good.
Target destroyed.
Really?
Yeah. We got a BJ here.
New target
Target spotted.
acquired.
Jeez.
New target acquired.
Golf.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Pop.
Alright, breaking away.
Target spotted.
Okay.
Target spotted.
Told you we're not okay.
Target spotted.
Oh, buddy.
New target
Need
acquired.
assistance. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Graham going for him.
Target
I'm
spotted.
hunting the flea.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Target
We're
destroyed.
7686.
New target
Nice.
acquired.
Target spotted.
Oh, he's dead. It's just Flea now.
I missed it.
Where is he?
Target spotted.
Just miss him?
Some help, maybe? No help. Hey, what the fuck, guys? What are you waiting for?
Target acquired. New target acquired.
Gosh.
Thanks.
Acquired.
Charlie PD by the cave entrance.
Okay, I'll take a picture of it really quick and I'll send you the info, and then we can. I know I had that repeat. I had the actual access points. I think
In the river.
on
Look down to your right.
Target acquired.
my wish list, and it was the one Techno I think recommended.
Target destroyed.
Good game, guys. Well played.
Wait, everyone.
Yeah, but I think what I need to do is I need to see the signal coming in on that where it's coming into the point on the other side of the house. I think that's what I need to do. And then make a judgment call. Yeah, great. Nice, 1165. Good job, dude. And then be like, oh, okay, that's why. So I may need to move it to right there for now. Hey, Lockie, how are you doing?
Guess what's back? T-Bold's back.
Thank you, Tank. Much appreciated, sir. Thank you for the request. All right, let me go do this really quick, and then I'll be right back. All right. So what I did is I disconnected the one right here, and then I went to the one that's basically coming into the house. So I think speed test here just on that one is 21.3 megabits a second, big M, and then 12.7 upload. That's not a whole lot. I did get the details off the back of one of them. I'm gonna go ahead and pull this up really quick. Tank, thank you again for the request. I'll get right on it. Let me see here. This is a it is and this is what we got here. This was the model. It's called Gigaspire Blast U4M space GM 1028. That is what we have right there. Okay, get product details. Is this a... Oh, good vid, by the way. But you can tell time flies when you're having fun. It was announced November 2020 that DG7 was buying PGI. Finally, March 2120. March of 2021. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yeah. Not quite last year. Yeah. Okay. That makes a little bit more sense. Was glad to see the post about the baby. He looks just like you. Yeah. I know. My wife has said as much. It's like, oh, great. Another kid. There was a Wi-Fi device at CES with range measured in miles. I need to look that up. Oh, man. Let's see here. Get these guys in here. Sorry about that. Have that chat. So, yeah. So, is this... So, Starwolf, is this a... What is the... I guess this is a U4M, right? Yeah, U4M. Is this Gigaspire's new generation integrates latest and greatest Wi-Fi tech? Okay, well, 10. This one only had one. So is this considered a repeater? Okay, if you don't mind doing it, yeah, I can get you the exact. It's this right here. This is Gigaspire Blast U4M GM 1028. Because like if I can use this, and it says 5 gigahertz. Yeah, see, I didn't even see the 5 gigahertz on here. Option. I wonder how you set that up. If you can set it up. So. Yeah, if they're a access point, then what I can do is I can, you know, run a cable. Good news, I can bury a line pretty easy. I have an outdoor. Just drill, yeah. So there's a way for me to do it. Just let me know. Yeah. And I may try a different location. I have that little room off of my garage if it's better, but it is a metal building. I know metal buildings. I'm wondering if it'd be better to where that repeater, actually have a repeater at the outside near the edge of the building and then into the house from there. But yeah, I know we'll get it squared away. Thank you again, Tank, for the request. Much appreciated. Yeah, I don't know if are these. Is this an over? No, what is this? Is it a? It says gateway mesh system. I don't really. All right, let me pull up his build here. It's a siren. Did you? Really? Didn't you already put me in something like this before? I feel like you did. Maybe it was on the other one, Llama Lanche. I think you did on the Llama Lanche. 2 times heavy PPC, AC 20, and MRM 30. Ton of ammo, but What's up, Ethan? How you doing, buddy?
Oh, I'm doing all right. And you, sir?
I had a buddy who was like, hey, saw your video about clans causing layoffs. He's like, let me know and I can introduce you to War Thunder and Helldivers. That's funny. Peeps for days, plenty of... What is this? Alright. What do we want? We have no ballistic on this, so there's no point in that. Cassian and/or, good name. Thanks for the follow. Pretty sure they can be below to see that computer simply depends on whether there's a backbone, I suppose. So it's a mesh network, so not as good as wired in access points, but much better than extended repeaters. They create a network web between all of them. Okay, on that one, it actually has a port on the back. Can it go wired? Would that help? Okay. So basically, they gave me two. I'm wondering if, it's just actually the signal from the router, out. It's probably a good. I mean, it's probably. Let's see. So between my house and the building is 15 feet. From there to my office is another 18 feet, and then it's right now it's sitting on the ground on. So it's probably the office is 18 by 30. So it's 30. It's 45 feet away from. Approximately 45 to 50 feet away from the router. The router is actually going to be moved to the other side of the room, so it'll be, I'm wondering if it would actually be better to take the second one that they gave me, put it in between that distance of the, the outside, I think maybe, let me see if I got photos, so this is easier for you guys to sort of understand. Okay. Yeah. Let's do this because this is totally easier to understand. Okay. Yeah. And then you can give me your feedback here. Okay. Scrolling up here, just give me a moment. Just trying to find the photos here. Best this show sort of describe what we got going on. Okay. Find a better photo. I'm gonna scroll up quite a bit. Apologize for the delay. That'll help out. Describing. Scrolling up. Oh, there's the HVAC that went dead. Replace that. That was fun. Not fun. Just really expensive. Okay. We're almost there, I think. I see here. Okay. So right now, this is an old picture. It's already drywalled. So right now, basically, they came in through the wall approximately right around here. Right now, the router and modem are sitting right here. Okay, so this is that back of the building. The next photo is, you get a better perspective here. My laundry room is pretty much right behind this panel. So currently that mesh unit is in here. So from right here, this wall to right here is about 15 feet. From here to the end of where you just saw this is about 30 feet. So what I'm thinking is maybe put the other mesh that they had right about here. And then that way it would help, instead of that being a huge, does that make sense? Does that make sense? And then that way, my only issue is it's not a heated space. That shouldn't be an issue. It does get really cold. Also, the internet, I'm not going to have right here. Eventually, it's going to be on the other side of the room. It's going to be literally on the opposite side. She gave me a 25-foot fiber, so I can just, or I could just run it underneath the flooring when I do that too. Just run it along this and stuff, so I can move this to the other side. So, well, right now in the house, I've only got the one mesh over here, and it's getting 25 and 12. So I'm thinking, and then let me see if I'm sitting here, because the big thing is the litmus test is what's the signal like here to me and my wife, if my wife is on her phone or we're using the, you know, so let me do a speed test. So sitting here from the distance between me and the laundry room, 9, 8, 6, 5. Yeah, it's not very good signal. I almost feel like I need 3. Alright. I mean, I think ideally hardwired would be the best bet. Even if it was hardwired to the access point before to bridge this gap, like if this was hardwired. Anyways, I have some I'm gonna have to do some searching here and come up with a plan, because yeah, that definitely needs to be better. What's going on, Glaive? How you doing? How's things? Things are good. Padre says I use a mesh system to connect my office where the internet is, and the church. It is very stable and works well. 2 rooms or 30 feet is kind of the max distance you want from them to the other with clear line of sight. Oh, clear line of sight. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. So the other thing, Starwolf, is that wireless signal is going through metal building and brick. Pillar Fox, congrats on your kiddo. Thanks, bro. All right, let's get back to this, shall we? Let's get structure armor quick, because if it gets structure armor, I'm almost tempted to draw. How are we doing on heat? I don't think this is going to be a seismic mech. I think we take... We have a 2-story house with a basement. My main box is in the basement with all the PCs, and then the primary mesh router is down there. I have one in the living room above where that is, and then one other. Testing at distances. Okay. Yeah, if I can find a solution with basically the 2 mesh systems they gave me, that's fine. I just need it strong enough in here. The only issue I see is that the signal strength where I'm at to the mesh over in the, I don't think is very strong. And then, so it's almost like I need 3 of them. Ideally, best case scenario is I bought a 50-foot, 75-foot. I bought a 75-foot ground Cat 6. So what I may end up doing is running this along out underneath to the axe. Yeah, I may try to do that. Yeah. I have options. We'll worry about it later, I guess. APs can only transmit and receive at any one time. They can't do both. So when you additional APs to the mesh, then each of it halves the speed. So it's probably worth testing whether improving the signal strength but lowering the data rate. Okay, but I mean, if you're only doing, if the whole point of the wireless is only for like your phone or TV, like that's not as a big of an impact, right? Whereas if you were trying to, you know, run the hard line and be done with it, yeah, that's what it sounds like. All right, Tank, are you there, sir? It depends on what your starting speed. Yeah. Well, if it was hardwired to that unit, then I'd be getting full. I don't know if it can handle 2 gigs, that mesh unit. But let's just say because I'm getting 2 gigs out in the there now, so gotcha. All right. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. I think that's what we're doing here. Let me get Ethan. Ethan, I apologize for the delay. Okay, have a good one. I have to go teach class for the next 3 hours. Teach them command line. All right, sounds good, bud. Thank you again for tuning in. After Big Red's video, you've been toying with it. It's a definitely weapons platform, especially some of the other variants. Not the Siren, but ideally the 3S, 3M. I mean, again, 3E. All the torso-mounted ones. Yeah, these are not the most ideal hard points. But what's going on, Desert Ranger? Our latest YouTube member, by the way. That's right. That's right. That's right. Did you guys know the YouTube members last night watched that video I released today? Last night. That's what they did. Angry Discord ping. Get in here. So, again, check that out if you haven't done so already. All right. What's going on, Sparky? The YouTubes. That's right. Do you like my content? Is it worth 99 cents or more of your hard-earned money each month? If so, consider becoming a YouTube member today. That's right. I mean, I had what, 2 heavy peeps on it, AC20 and a Merm 30. I mean, I think I've seen LB, 2 LB10s, snubs. I mean, you can definitely, I mean, ideally, I think yes, because of they're all like right here. They're all, it's like an AS7D, you know, so yeah, something like that. Take, that's up to you, or do all of the above. No, but for real, you can become a VIP on Twitch like Chad. Tank's already a VIP. A VIP in our hearts. Doing good. I've been doing a little MW thinking, and I'm wondering, are snubs good with SRMs? And if so, yes. 2 snub, 2 SRM6. Yeah, the problem, SRM6 is just, I feel like SRMs, like, you have to be so point blank sometimes for them to be effective. Depends on the chassis too. Wolverine's a good chassis for missiles. Tank, I use sugar daddy. Sugar cookies. That's where my mind went. Swifty says, "Hey, new player here. Only ever played MechWarrior 4 Vengeance way back when. Finding myself really enjoying the current Stalker trial mech, but I blow my credits on ballistic weapon based Mad Cat, which I don't really vibe with. Can I get something similar in the Laser Stalker? Mad Cat? No. The Mark II is predominantly a ballistic and energy boat. If you like the Stalker Laser Vomit, there's also the Longbow, Battle Master, and I mean, there's a lot of mechs assaults that can do Laser Vomit. Sorry, hold on, Heathen. Yeah, help him out. So just from an assault standpoint, lasers, you've got, you know, the 1X as well. There's a few different ones that do predominantly energy, but I would say off the top of my head, the Banshee 3M, definitely Battlemaster. There's plenty of here that are, like, this is 2 binaries. ER Media, there's a bunch. Let me see if another, like, a laser. Marauder 2, the 4A is another one that has 3 binaries, 5 medium lasers on the 4A. The Longbow, the one with the energy, where is it, right here? Funny enough, it's a very strong energy boat because you can put the bigger binaries in the torso and then, you know, use these as shields as well. Yeah, that's probably your best bets right there. I would say the 4A, the Banshee and Battlemaster when you're just looking at just laser vomit assaults. But yeah, the Mark II is not all energy. It's energy, ballistic, and missile, depending on, you know. Yeah, I was just sort of giving him feedback on assaults, so I don't know if Swifty wants suggestions for others as well. So are we still getting DLC for clans? Yes. What's with the news about the layoffs of PGI? I did a video on that, Dr. Red. Go watch it. It literally came out last night. Oh, well, it came out last night for YouTube members, and this morning for everybody else. Specifically Mark II. Red Hot Eraser, thank you for the follow. Yeah. What Mark II did you get? Did you get the Mark II Bravo? Glaive, any news on? No, there's no news if they'll do an, I think they didn't, I don't think they were working on the next DLC for Mercs. I think it got shelved. My suspicion would be probably not, but I don't know. Look, they had layoffs. It's not the end of the world. Basically, they just trimmed the fat. They got rid of non-essential personnel, basically. They're still going to have a core. They have all in the engineers. They have, you know, they have everybody still there. Yeah, you got the Bravo. The Bravo is one of my favorite. UAC 10, UAC 5, just, you know. Do you need your boots? I can give you the boots. They're made for walking. I hear that's what you gotta do. Here, I hand you the boots.
Oh, but what version, sir?
Do you like that, Heathen? You and your...
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a...
See some Megadeth.
Do you want to hear something, though? And you're probably not going to be surprised. Hold on, is that... I don't know who sings that song.
I think it was Liza Minnelli, wasn't it?
No, what I'm saying is, that's my brain. Like, I know the song, but I don't know the artist. I don't know, you know, like, you know.
Yeah, there's been some remakes of that. I mean, Megadeth did one, but I think I can't remember who did the original now. I want to say Liza Minnelli, but
Oh, let's Google. These boots
I think
are
it
made
might
for
have
walking.
been. I think
was
I
by
think Liza,
Nancy Sinatra.
yeah.
Yeah. 1966. Yeah, so if you're wanting to go down and be a little bit more nimble, Grasshopper, let's see, Laser Vomit, Black Knight. Hellbringer, of course, is great. But if he's won an Intersphere, I mean, Hellbringer is always great. I mean, I'm just trying to think of Hellbringer, Grasshopper. There's a lot of 70-ton great Laser Vomit. Someone would say the Nova Cat. I don't like it. Warhammer, Timby, Thunderbolt, Rifleman 2C. Yeah, there's plenty. Yeah. All right, we got a request from Tank. You too can request a mech. That's right. Exclamation request in chat. All my YouTube peeps, you can do it too. All right, let's go. Sorry about that. We are ready to launch.
Sorry.
Well, I canceled on you earlier, so
Doing some research here.
I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, that video is blowing up. There's 213 comments. Oh my gosh.
The
Yup.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, that just.
I didn't want to put Darren in a spot yesterday. Yeah, I've you know, like, again, he's losing a job. He looks to be happy with it, just because he's ready to move on. I know how that feels, by the way. Where he's at right now, where he's like just burnt out. That's how I was prior to January 7th of 2020. That last 2 years, and up until then, everything was fine. But that last 2 years of having to basically put on a smiley face every day, bro, not fun.
Yeah, it just feels like that married couple that you've known for like years and years and years and became friends with both of them, and then they're getting divorced.
And who do you hang out with, you know? Here's a dumb question. Does standard laser HSL affect binaries? Yes. Who gets the friends in the divorce? I have a friend, we have some friends that run club that, they're younger, they started dating, and I was like, I told him, I was like, don't fuck this up, bro, because we like her more than you. Just, you know, just... Oh, man. All right. Dumb. Why am I doing this to myself? I know that smiley face that hides that I want to kill you all eyes. Hold on, what are we talking about? Talking about me? Smile and wave. Jen, smile and wave. Yeah. What do I think of the two new I mean, Luthien I like. I hope that there's some adjustments to it. I think it could use some small, like, aesthetically, I think it could use, you know, pass. But as far as playability, I like it.
Yeah, they definitely need to make Luthien as pretty as Forest Colony.
What's going on, Scotty? Speaking of members. What's up, bro? No Evan again. He was here yesterday. He was having computer. Oh, I think he fixed that. No, he was having mouse issues at the end of the stream. Yeah, Sparky. Yeah, no one likes it. Yeah. I'm almost out of coffee. So yeah, I'd set up the appointment for them to come and install stuff, and yeah, 8 a.m. to 12, and of course it was like 9:25 when they called, and I was like, ah.
Online.
So,
Sensors
but they got it
online.
done pretty quick. So.
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
All right.
Systems nominal.
No matter the cost.
This is such a ugly build. Hey guys, how are you?
Ouch. Really? You got the whole map and you're still bumping into
Hey
me?
sir, you know, it's wide load here. Remember, PPCs do not have minimum range anymore. Don't be that frightened.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
Rednecks here. That's gonna be fun. We got Fox 4. Let's take the Sniper Hill. I'm not gonna let him just sit up there. Oh my god, I have jump jets.
Alright, Jenner, I'm in Goal 5 if you can draw him that way. Looks like you got some Overwatch over here in Goal 5. You got a UAV above you?
Oh my god, I'm stuck here. I'm getting hammered here. Guys, they're Fox 4. Hat trick red. Oh my gosh.
Oh, Hattrick's in here?
Yeah, everybody's in here.
Yeah, we're
Battleizer.
over the
Fox 4 is the
field
fight,
there.
guys. Yeah, I just lost that. Like,
Target acquired.
this build sucks, by the way. Yeah, there's two sovereigns there.
Yeah, I'm on
Delta.
New target acquired.
Yeah, they were melting me down. Charlie, right leg. Yeah, it's a pre-date.
Delta's ready to go.
Yeah, if we don't handle Fox 4, we're GG.
New target acquired.
You want me to charge that?
New target acquired.
It's so annoying.
Just had to get rid of thrust vectoring.
Legs on Delta.
UAV, Fox 5. UAV, Fox 5.
Yeah, and there they are.
Down below us.
Nah, I've got to drop.
Yeah, we got two legs down here on
Sucks
us.
so bad. Yeah, it's dangerous.
Can't lose any more time.
New target
Yeah,
acquired.
definitely run into this group.
How did we get smoked?
Critical losses. We need you to pull through.
Half the team on one side of the map.
Because they have good players over
Team
there.
on the
I
other?
took the position. Yeah, they had 2 sovereigns, and then incubus. I don't know what else.
Control the surface. Can anyone read?
Yeah, I'm assuming. Yeah, I figured it was a group of them. Nothing you can do there. Yeah, at least a 3. So.
What do you mean I arrowed down? Huh?
There's nothing I can do. That was so shit. Like, you give up that spot and then they just take high. You might as well just, like, the game was probably over before even matchmaker. Glaive, I have no idea, sir. Yeah, it was 4 men. Yeah. Were you guys, the 2 sovereigns, the incubus, and the flea? Yeah, there was nothing we could, yeah. I was like, if we don't hold this hill, like, yeah. And I'm in this build. Tank. Jerk. Yeah, look at that. Patrick, meanie. Lamy says my sub ends today, but won't let me renew with Prime Music. I think you have to wait to like literally the time, Glaive. Yeah, like if it's like, I don't know, whenever, you know, if it's earlier that day or later that day or whatever. Yeah, you're good, man. It was just having 2 sovereigns there and incubus with longer. I was like, I didn't rush in the open. I took the hill. You don't take that hill, you're dead. But also, I just don't. I don't think this is a better setup. Did kiddos? Oh, yeah. I can do that. Oh, wish it said exactly the time. Yeah. I got you there. Let's go blue. Blue for the baby boy. Blues. I think we need a little bit of. I need this. One thing I've learned about Twitch subs is not to do it from my mobile. The first subscription for mobile was locked in. I couldn't make any changes until it expired. Not even to upgrade. Huh. Also, I think mobile charges you more. It costs more to sub, I think. It's true.
Story.
It's true. Okay, I need another cup of coffee. Do you need more coffee?
Yeah, I could use a refill. Actually.
All right, yeah, let's, give me 2 minutes. I'll be right, guys. More coffee. Quiet. All right. Hey, what's up, Phil? I'll be working and lurking, but Paul Chan is present and reporting for duty. Sounds good, bud. How's the family? How's the little ones? How's the wife? Also, any updates on the chaplain stuff? Let me know.
Right, this monstrosity.
Hold on. Noel Man with the gifted sub to Liam. Thank you, Noel Man. Thank you, brother. Much appreciated. Cheers, bro. Alright. After this, I'm gonna get back to the piranha. I owe Angry Fish a lot. What I basically did is I moved the router and modem to the side where they're gonna be at. And then I moved the mesh point. I think it's a little bit better line of sight. We'll see. No. We'll see about that. Family is good. Baby's getting molars, so that's, oh yeah. Teething. Gave him some child motion. Yeah. Yeah, that's not fun. Poor little dude. I can't really test the in-between thing just yet, but this might be better. Let's see here, just switch. Let me do another speed test. See if we're getting a little bit of improvements. Yeah, I think I have to move. I've got flooring out there that needs to be stacked somewhere else. So anyways, I got a lot of stuff that I'm going to start moving around in there. I got to clean up all the tools, and yeah, that didn't really help anything. Yeah, that's a bummer. Okay. Started my master's program last week, so chaplaincy is chugging along. Still working on dropping some of these so I can push my army paperwork. So, is there an age for chaplainship? Is there an age, or anything like that? Thing you gotta be, you know? What just happened? Someone just fallen? It just, ooh, Angry Badger. Was that you who just,
All primary objectives complete.
Alpine Emeralds. Someone just popped up, but I didn't see what that was. Modelo, thank you for the 15 months, man. Start a hype train here. There's an age limit of your not prior service. Oh. Okay. Oh, I didn't realize like there would be a difference there. What just happened? Someone just... It popped up. I don't know if it doesn't say... I think it was just Angry Badger. Was that just subbed on YouTube? I don't know what that was. But since I'm prior service, I need to just be able to retire by the time I'm 60. Nice. Hype train shenanigans. Spring chicken. Yeah, you doing push-ups and starting to run? I think we have a Marine buddy that got out. He was out for 10 years and then went and joined the Army. I think he had to, because he was out for so long, I think he had to go to basic.
Through basic again.
Yeah, which normally, if you just transfer, you don't. But because he was out for 10 years, I was like, oh.
All systems nominal.
Fleet command coming in. Capture the target area and engage.
Hey guys, how are you?
But to be honest, if he was in the Marines and then one of the Army basics, I think it's
Override engage.
a few weeks. I forget how many weeks less it is.
Yeah, but it's still, you know, 2.5 month ordeal. Gonna go ahead push up to Delta 4 Echo 4.
Oh, what the heck? Oh, never mind.
Having issues with me? Thank you for starting a hype train, guys. We're at, I think, Ethan, what should we do for level 5? What do you think? Level 5 hype train?
Man, I'm still trying to wake up. Don't ask me serious questions.
Yeah. SRMs only. I was actually thinking about doing like a spin wheel where every single time someone requests, that's what we go to spin wheel, and then like there's.
Looks like Echo Line.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that would be fun. Basic officer course, gotcha.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
Let's go on this.
Center retreat, level 4.
Just taking shots. How dare they?
Target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target spotted.
Fourth air flanking, spot 4.
Affirmative. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Oh, come on.
Target spotted.
Alpha is, I'm not sure what Alpha's trying
New target acquired.
to get himself killed.
Need assistance. Target spotted.
See if he pokes again. Oh, that didn't hit. Oh, that's so annoying.
New target
spotted.
acquired.
Oh, they're,
Yeah, they're being aggressive.
New target acquired.
pushing into a not so great spot.
Need assistance.
Shit.
Target acquired.
Let him ridge, guys. Let him ridge.
Come on, forehand.
New target
Rotter.
acquired.
Target spotted.
New target
I'm
acquired.
gonna pop Scott if he does that again.
New target acquired.
Got the high ground on him.
Yeah, but the problem is we're tripping all over each other here.
No.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
SRM Dervish.
Enemy UAV. Thank you.
Target spotted.
Yeah, I feel like I actually need to help.
Acquired.
Right side, right side. They're gonna push.
Need assistance.
I need to back up.
New target
Target
acquired.
Hotel CT. Yeah. That's a good. This is a good angle.
New target acquired.
Somebody just shot me in the
Need
head.
assistance.
They're getting tall.
Acquired.
Yeah, they're pushing up now.
Left torso critical damage. Heat
Target
sink
spotted.
destroyed.
Target spotted.
Freaking hurt.
India flanking.
Victor, I'm gonna come across your line of fire.
This may not be the best. India's hurting. I think I'm gonna drop off over here. I think this is the
India CT.
way for me.
Destroyed.
Back up the right
Need
side.
assistance.
Ah,
New target acquired.
See if I make a mistake here. Bravo.
Target destroyed.
I set up my weapon groups here.
New target acquired.
Hotel open. Tickets hotel.
Enemy UAV. Get it out.
Yeah, I'm on it. I'm on it.
Target acquired.
Down.
Destroyed.
That's how I
Target
aim.
spotted. Need assistance. Spotted.
Damage.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Dervish CT.
Push right side. Push. Push.
I got nothing in me. Let's
New
go.
target
Need
acquired.
assistance. Target spotted.
Oh.
Weapon explosion detected. Boss rocket destroyed. Left
Oh, I just.
torso destroyed.
That's gonna hurt. I may have to
Left
shut
arm
down.
destroyed. Right torso critical damage. Center torso critical damage.
Target
Still
spotted.
overheating. Why am I?
Destroyed. Override shutdown. System.
I didn't mean to start up. On me.
Target spotted.
Ah. If I wouldn't have been started up the first time,
Success and achievement.
would have been fine there. Good game, guys. Well played. Stream if you guys want to come back.
kept thinking that two of my weapon groups were reversed.
Sorry, I got
Terrible.
sidetracked on the hype train. Sorry about that, guys. Paul Chan, I'm assuming Chaplin's OCS is a little bit different than regular OCS. Oh, that's long. Yeah, I assume it's different though. They probably don't send chaplains to do tactical and strategic stuff, I'm assuming. Right? Maybe they do. Maybe they do, just in case, like, worst case, then at least you'd have someone for leadership, you know. I don't know how that works. Just realized I haven't eaten. I was like... Gotcha. Tracking that. Well, Paul Chan, gotta get after it. You ain't no young buck anymore. I'll just make sure recovery. Make sure you're doing everything to rest, get sleep. Strength training, ease into it, especially any cardio as well. I don't know if you have a treadmill where you can do just like incline walking, rucking. Okay, so I think I have a pretty good idea. I'm trying to think of like, I really don't want to put a hole in the wall there, but if needed, I'm just trying to think of running a Cat 6 cable, because I should have just done it ahead of time. That's what I should have done. Because once you close up the walls, I also have bracing, so Das Brandhaus. I'm really looking forward to getting these minis or these 3D models up there for you guys. I think that'll be really fun. I gotta ping Rudy and see which one he wants to do next as well. I think we have the, like I said, we have a whole host. Yeah, we have a whole host. This is that. Let's see. So I know we have. Yeah, so we have Battlemaster already done. We have the Mongoose as well. But then we have sketches already for the Archer, Atlas, Assassin. I think this is the Charger we were working on. There's the Battlemaster, and we already have a model. BJ, I think we have a model. There's the Centurion, so that's where that's from. Yeah, we got a bunch of stuff that we already have. So we'll be working. I think this is our Stalker. That was a sketch. Dude, I love that Sentinel. That's so cool. All right, sounds good, Ninja. Yeah, so
Sentinel or Centurion?
Sentinel. If you're looking at the screen, this is from our old project back in the day. This was circa 2013, and so that's where this Centurion's from. This little model, this 3D print. That's what this is, right here. Anyways, so Beer Money Games, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Beer Money Games. Sounds like
Shouldn't it be Games Money Beer?
I don't know. Maybe it sounds like a developer. Wouldn't that be funny? That's actually like a developer of a mech game, Beer Money Games. Watch, he's like, are you really? No way. There's no way. There's no way. I just guessed that. I'm gonna have to take a bio break in a second.
Hello, hello.
What's up, Root? Beer Money Games.
Hey,
You're a game developer?
A lot of good fights today.
Chainsaw. Let's see. Where are you from, Beer Money? Beer Money Games. Beer Money Games. Are you
Reactor
what
online.
division
Sensors
department are you?
online. Weapons online.
What is your specialty, sir?
All systems nominal.
Alright, isn't it?
Override.
Affirmative. Capture the target area and engage any
Wisconsin. Nice, man. Are you a BattleTech MechWarrior fan? How'd you find the channel?
Override engaged.
Are you into MechWarrior? We all are here. It's okay. Gonna go push Echo 4, Echo 3, guys.
Yeah, left side. Let's go. Left side always wins.
Crane 30 miles. Nice, man. Everyone's an addict here. That's why we all get along. We all understand our vices. We're all like, I get you. I just feel like.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
Are we crossing?
New target acquired.
Target
Watch Echo.
Affirmative.
Do we want to cross?
Target spotted.
Let's go Fox 3, a little bit wide.
Okay.
Salt.
Target
Off the
acquired.
distance.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Snapchat.
Don't get close. Circle.
I think there was something. Yeah. Echo.
Acquired.
Right side.
Target spotted.
I got it.
5 ER ledges. Overheat.
Right torso. Probably XL. Probably, maybe, potentially.
Right open. Echo.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Oh, that was a good hit.
Target destroyed.
Oh!
New target
UAV.
New target.
Let's get that down, please.
Down.
Joke's on you, it is actually XL. I know, right?
Pushing.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Twist. Torso twist.
Left leg on cap attack.
Golf.
Acquired.
Golf course there.
Target
New
spotted.
target acquired.
Target spotted.
We're creeping in.
New target acquired. UAV.
Guys, if you're fresh, please go.
New target acquired.
Get a front 50 good.
Destroyed.
Lima.
Oh, that's a nasty
Mech.
setup.
See open Lima.
I'm dead here.
Acquired.
That's unfortunate. That was. I didn't realize it was an LB20 SRM. It was basically a blurb.
Pushing.
Should have subbed a long time ago. Been a fan of BattleTech since MechWarrior 2 mercs. I'm so old. It's alright, beer money. How old are you?
New target acquired.
Sorry for blocking.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Alright.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Artillery.
India.
I'll be right back. Heathen, don't die.
New target acquired. Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Left side on kilo, man.
Affirmative.
Target destroyed. New target acquired. New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Bags on Cicada.
25%. Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Charlie 5 Delta 5.
Affirmative.
Yeah, Delta 5. So bring it.
Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Right leg over there. That's what it is.
Command is happy to hear of your success and achievements on the surface.
Hey, look at that. Did you die? Hold on.
I did not.
You did not. Good, good, good. All right, I felt like we actually did well on that one. I just didn't know that Mark II was a blap setup. I should have paid attention earlier. Because that hurt. You're 45 this month? Well, I'm 40, dude. So do we have... I think we have... I know we have a 70... There's few individuals that are like 70, so... When you say you're old, I don't think 45 is old, man. Yeah. Yeah, that was just more of unfortunate that caught all that to the CT. Whew, man. Yeah, don't forget to, don't forget, guys, if you are new to the channel, join on Discord. I'll go drop these links for both. By the way, all the commands work the same, regardless if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch. So, if we're missing one, feel free to let me know. The YouTube bot takes like a second. I don't know why it takes so long, but Porsche 58, yeah. What? Why isn't it linking? There it goes. Yeah, I don't know why it's so delayed on YouTube. Oh, well, thanks, man. Preesh. Cassian says, oh, well, Piranha didn't lay everybody off, guys. It only, like, there were 108 or some odd and then 38. I mean, they downsized, basically. Looks like they pretty much got rid of all non-essential personnel, but they didn't lay everybody off. Yeah. If PGI lays everyone off, that's bad news for MWO and... Yeah. Yeah. So... clarify, they let go of 38 some odd people, probably a few more, but I don't think there's any issue with MechWarrior not being mainstream. I think sometimes we conflate it. I think you can reach a bigger audience, I think 100%. I don't think using the terms niche helps, you know. I think it's okay to be a genre that only, you know, not everybody loves. I think that's fine. That's anything. I mean, that's 4X games, that's turn-based tactical. I mean, you know, like some people don't like shooters. I mean, you know, like, so it's one of those things where I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I do think the sentiment is, hey, you could actually reach a wider audience and grow the IP and the name. I think that's fair. But I sometimes think that we all get caught up in like, oh, it could be mainstream or not mainstream, it's niche, it's blah, blah, blah. I think at the end of the day, if you make a good game, you make a good game, obviously. Mech 5 Clans, you know, failed in a lot of things. I mean, I've been very open about it. Pretty much what did Mech 5 Clans improve upon? Animation, storyline, storytelling, and voice acting. Outside of that, it didn't do anything new. So yeah, I mean, the gaming industry is volatile. I think people just don't understand that, like, at all.
All systems nominal.
Command coming in. Capture and hold the resource point. Stop any hostiles that get in your way.
And I do think my point at the end really stands, you know. Well, I reviewed it, but, you know, it lacks, if you compare it to Mercs, like as far as like design and what it offers the player, the reality of it is just it's really not an improvement outside of what I just said. And in some ways, I mean, replayability wise, it takes that completely away. So, yep, it had that, but at least you could, you know what I'm, at least you could continue playing, right?
Delta 4, Delta 5.
But, anyways, it is what it is. Well, not even missions, game modes. I think I always like pointing that out. It's like you're not doing missions; they're game modes. You know. Sparky, a bitter visualization of menus. But think about what you just said. Menus are the, you know, like.
Target acquired.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know what it means for the, you know, for that studio in general. I mean, I'm not one of the believer of if PGI goes away, there will never be a mech game. I think the real question is would there be a gap? And I do think there would be.
Target spotted.
High ground, Charlie 5 high. That's gonna be.
Target spotted.
Back up here. Yep, Charlie 5 high. We got a Thunderbolt. All right, well.
Target spotted.
When everybody's direct fire. Oop, just got lost.
I threw him up there.
We got a light, Fox 4.
Target spotted.
We need someone to go handle that.
Affirmative. Target spotted.
We need 2 lights to go after that.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Well, I made my closing statement, I think was really, I mean, it's how I felt, which is,
Oh, I'm dead.
you know, the reason
Keep walking out the
Delta
back and
7.
pulling up.
the reason you've had the success you did was because of MWO, and then you basically ignored what gave you that
Looked
success.
on deck for my life. It was ran by.
I just don't understand that, you know.
New target
You know,
acquired.
why would you
Target
stop
spotted.
producing
spotted.
what gave you the success? You know, I don't know.
Target
It's just,
spotted.
or at least maybe it should have been you do one and then you do the other. You do one and then you do the other.
New target acquired.
We're already down 2. This isn't going well. I'm trying to get Delta, but
New target acquired.
We've already gained a quarter of the
Good
resources.
luck.
Keep
down
it
3.
up.
Yeah, they've got the high ground over there. There was a Thunderbolt, now there's Direwolf.
The enemy is at
Down 4.
25%. Data
New
center
target
target
acquired.
target spotted.
New
Dude's
target acquired.
still alive back there. 2 on 1. Still alive.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
What's going on, Dingo? How you doing, man?
Resource point data
Target
is
acquired.
ours. Target spotted.
Oh my god, there's 2. They're on Sigma. There was a... This is gonna be
Target
problematic.
spotted. Affirmative.
2 in Echo 7. If you're coming from Fox 6, there's 2 in Echo 7. Where's an Archer?
Thanks.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Warning incoming missile. Left arm critical damage. New target acquired.
spotted.
Warning incoming missile.
Target spotted.
Let's see if I can
New
support here as
target
best I
acquired.
can. I mean, you never say never. You can always bring it back, maybe, but it's not looking good. There's one.
Target acquired.
4, 5. All right. Oh, there's Dire. Our dude just died over here.
New target acquired.
Is that Root? Oh, it is Root. Okay, they've got a 3 on 1. Okay, so that's not good. Well,
Target acquired.
let's push Juliet together. Probably about to die. Ah. 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 Rough. I feel like I used to run with that group back in MWO's earlier days, like when they dropped the clan package specs. What group specifically? Good try, guys. Demo, you were just on YouTube talking. Oh, do you go by a different name on YouTube?
Theta is controlled by the enemy.
Dragon says HBS BattleTech did well enough for itself, didn't it? Yeah, and I know I'm guilty of like saying it's success, but what we don't, I mean, it was successful enough that BattleTech was successful enough that Paradox bought HBS, right? And then MWO and, you know, PGI was successful enough that EG7 came into the picture. So both were successful enough to attract the attention of a company for a buyout. Both were, right? And usually a buyout means what they're looking at is either the potential for that company to continue bringing in profit and revenue, or worst case scenario, they can sell the assets and, you know, blah, 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 or acquire a certain IP. Obviously with BattleTech, you can't acquire the IP because it's Microsoft. But yeah. Small studio games can definitely keep up with large budget games made well. Project Wingman is made by a tiny crew, but is seen as with Ace Combat, which is much bigger. No Guts, No Galaxy, I think was a company then. No, we've never been a company per se, but yes, me and Darren were partners in crime. I mean, I guess we technically were something back then. Anyways, but yeah, it's just me now. John Stewart. I think I remember the name. Or are you talking about Aces? Aces, yes. Once they were purchased, I don't think they got to make many of their own decisions. I'm sure they had an outline of goals, but everyone was decided outside the company. Beer, are you talking about HPS or PGI? You loved MechWarrior 5 Clans. It's 100% worth a playthrough. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think the large majority of people would agree with you on that one. Or the market doesn't agree with you, right? I am M1C, just fired. Kind of. What is M1? M1C. What was that? Microsoft should gobble up those that got laid off and work on a new MechWarrior title. Yeah, I mean, all of it. So what's tough though is like this conversation is at the end of the day, this conversation is shrouded by the fact of every single person right now is a fan of BattleTech MechWarriors listening, like right now, like you guys. We all think that BattleTech IP is amazing. But the reality of it is from a business perspective, that's because this is the decisions you have to look at. Like if you do have $40-50 million of investment to make a title, and then it's a risk, right? And obviously Clans did not perform well enough to where what they did is they basically let go of some staff members. But it's not the end of the world. I think the DLCs will come rolling out. The thing is scope going to be affected by it? What does this mean for a successor to MWO? You know, I don't know. I mean, they could always come up with DLCs and they're amazing. I always look at what they've done with the base game, and I usually base my future expectations off the base game. So obviously gameplay wouldn't be improved. I'm talking about actual combat on, you know, on doing the game modes and, you know, voice acting, mocap, is that going to be affected? I don't know. Pugs, thank you for the 5 months, man, and thank you, Tank, for that gifted sub. Yeah, but it's also the fact of if you want MechWarrior Online PvP action, this is the only place to be. So, you know, mech dads, you can, yes, we're the demographic where, you know, you're in your 30s to 50s, you have disposable income, you are nostalgic, you know, blah, 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 all the things. How much money do you have to make to where you see signs of success? And I want to point out that EG7 is strictly a numbers business. If you read their quarterly reports or watch any of the videos, it is all about just numbers. They don't give a shit about anything else because they're just investors, right? And obviously the EG7 trim and the fat on PGI is strictly numbers. They do not care if it, you know, is a negative PR marketing. They're just looking at straight numbers. They're basically saying, we're gonna cut you by 38 some odd employees, maybe a few more. You're gonna save 2-point-something million a year. Your DLCs, which we're expecting you to come out with an X, Y, and Z, are gonna make X amount of profit. And with this in place, you'll be back in the, is it black, red, black, right? So. Yeah, but Tori, so hear me out on, so yes, Battletech may be small and tabletop, but like, I'm a small streamer, and I use the analogy, I'm a small streamer, and yet I've found success. I'm able to do this for a living, and yet I'm not, you know, does that make sense? So for me, like, what are your, and that's the problem with a company like EG7 or any Paradox, is they want something that is gonna do well. But do well how? Like, are they wanting, like, if you invest $1 million, are they wanting 5 out of it, 10 out of it, 2 out of it? That's where I feel like an independent studio has a little bit of freedom. Obviously risk, very much risks. I have risks as being a, you know, small streamer. If I don't create the content that you guys like or want, then, you know, the well runs dry, right? So, but I guess my analogy is like, when we say Battletech MechWarrior is small, it's a niche thing, blah, blah, blah. Is that bad? Could that mean a small studio can do very well off for themselves? I mean, pays everybody a good salary, continue, you know what I'm saying? Like, what, I always get confused sometimes when we talk about that, is like, what does that mean? Because if you're wanting exponential growth, I don't think that's realistic at all. But if you are running a business like Russ did, and you're able to make MWO, you're able to get enough capital and stuff to be able to make Mech 5 mercs, you got enough capital then to do clans. I mean, obviously there's success there as a business. All of your employees been paid. You know, your business got acquired. You know what I'm saying? Like, I do feel like there's another thing too, is like the decisions of like MWO, community warfare, complete failure in investment. Solaris, complete failure in investment. Skill tree, complete failure investment. All right, mercs, making the decision to go EGS was a no-go, bad juju. So that was another bad choice. Clans, from a sales perspective, has been a failure, and that's why there's layoffs. If, again, whether you like the game or not, the reality is, again, strictly business speaking, we wouldn't be having this conversation if it was what it is. My point was that success means different things to different people. Yes, yeah. So PGI could be happy with the numbers of sales, but EG7 might not be. That's also the thing. We don't know Game Pass numbers. We don't know if PGI gets a cut or anything from Game Pass. We don't know the legal agreement with a license. We don't know if it's 5%, 10%, 0, 20, 30, who knows? We don't know a lot of the things behind the scenes. Sure. Yeah, and I, you know, without being hyperbolic, try not to use that language as a failure, other than, you know. But I would say this, that DLC that I tried doing, that was a complete failure, and I'm okay with actually saying that. Mech 5 Clans being a failure, I would agree. I wouldn't say that, but also when I look at it and see responses from everybody in the community and then my own thoughts, I think missed the mark on this one. So. I mean, and I know everybody's like, if you're Russ, you're wanting to create something that knocks it out of the park. So as far as a BattleTech fan, I think everybody wants, you have some people that want like a logistics game. You have some people that want, you know, super simulation. You want some people that want casual. You want people that want mech assault. You want people, I mean, some people want combined arms. Some people, you know, like it's, yeah. All I know is I've been playing this game for a very, very long time. And I'm just surprised, considering that Mech 5 Mercs happened because of MWO. And I just feel like the online audience has just been largely ignored. Now, that being said, I do feel like the general population is probably more casual, but I think you can have an online casual PvP experience with maybe even some co-op and PvE elements, but... And again, what do I know? I'm just a guy that likes mechs. It's true. Blame Heavy. What's the total size of the dev? I think they were over 100, Cassian, they were over 100 employees. I don't know how many of those employees were contractors. It's normal, by the way, for contractors to be let go after development cycle, especially at the end, the grind, or the crunch, but yeah. So they were over 100. I think like 180 in that article AG7 said. So, you know, minus, you know, 40 some odd employees, you know, it's a good chunk of, you know, people. It's all charged up. What's up, Web?
I ain't gonna lie, it's looking good for us boys. My dream team right here. It's really embarrassing if we lost this one.
Stand by.
Hey, everyone.
And muted.
Tony dubstep.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems
We going Delta Line or Fox Line?
I like push Fox.
Wow.
What?
My game just
You know, people who play music tend to get shot in the back quite a lot.
unexpected error.
Oh, great. We got a DC. I'll be back.
We have a heavy and then an assault going to the Delta line, guys. That's a trap.
Target
That's the
acquired.
Fox. And the heavy says he can deal with the Piranha.
New target acquired.
I take that.
Alright, if you're, let's push Echo 4.
Yeah.
New target.
Got a couple of heavies in
acquired.
Echo 3, Echo 4.
Let's push Delta.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
There's a ghost sniper in Echo 2 high ground.
Target spotted.
Echo.
New target
Roger that. I'm
acquired.
engaging.
The dagger. Or, Kodiak.
Don't leave.
On it, Echo. Let's jump in, boys.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Flee.
UAV activated.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Please one.
Why did they not kill him?
He survived.
New target acquired.
If you connect, you're gonna have dudes right on you. Just FYI. You come in, they're... Our Hellfire just died, Delta 5, UAV.
Nobody stayed back to cover.
Thanks.
Well, nope.
Oh yeah.
New target
They're literally right on you.
Yeah.
Oh fuck, down on me.
New
I found
target
some.
acquired.
Down in the middle.
I just saw the direwolf.
Base
I
is
see. I know
being
exactly what
captured.
that is.
New target
Call
acquired.
targets.
I'm gonna head back to base and take care of that, alright?
New target acquired.
You know what? You guys are a bunch of douchebags. Seriously.
Well, they wrapped around. They actually
after.
they weren't going for you directly. Makes you feel any better.
Captured.
No, not really.
New
UAV
target
center.
Acquired.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
Hey, Wub, come towards me.
Affirmative.
We got 2 lights,
One
Echo
there,
4.
boys.
Target
Shit, Ellie.
acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
There's a lot coming in from Echo 4.
It's been that day. It's just been that day.
New target acquired.
Echo 4, need assistance. There's Battle Core up there, by the way. Doing laser shenanigans. Oh my god.
Sniper direwolf. Charlie 3, Charlie 4 high ground. Be careful.
Ah, it's been that.
Access Echo 4.
Target spotted.
Chorus, we chose to go left. They went left.
I'm going Echo 4.
New target acquired.
Take off the
destroyed.
3. Nice.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. Right destroyed. Destroyed. Right torso critical damage. Right torso destroyed. Warning incoming missile. Center. Target acquired.
Kilo left torso.
We're in the crossfire, guys. Move to one direction. Let's move the ball.
Tim Frey says private equity groups like EG7 are struggling to make profits.
Kilo.
Critical.
So much team damage.
Sorry.
When an accept.
Hey, Beer Money Games, thank you for a brand new Subarino. Much appreciated, man. It used to be back in the day that a Peg would buy a struggling company, make improvements, and sell for profit. Yeah. I mean, that's
A big one.
Tim Frey. Isn't that the gamble though? That's probably what like in the case with EG7 that they were hoping for with PGI, right? They probably looked at PGI and the success of MWO, and then even Mercs, and thought, we can probably repeat that, and then either capitalize on that or sell that, It's a direwolf up in Charlie 4.
No.
Yep.
Yeah, large.
Yep. Direwolf Charlie 4, ER large.
No. I'm going.
Dude, beer money. Thank you, man. Thanks for dropping it. That's an organic sub right there. Looks like a few studios were involved, so cleansing was already. Yeah, they cleared out Toad. Whatever that is. Oh, this guy's just gonna eat all of that. Yeah, if you go in one at a time, this is GG. It's probably GG anyways.
Let's look up and go to him.
So you can just do this.
Target acquired.
Unless he's like one touch hurt. He's probably not hurt.
Target acquired.
This guy's actually got a good. Oh, he's out. Nice.
Nice, okay.
Good job, guys. Toadman, thank you.
That's what you get for going after the DC.
No, they wrapped around. They didn't. They killed our Hellfire that went off on his own, and then we went left, and then they went left. So, but they also have Shepard and his yeah. That was a very light group. I think they had what 1, 2, 3, 4.
There's 4 of them.
Yeah. MWO Immortal. And it's possible more, but they just hadn't announced it due to minor changes. I thought EG7 wanted to push into mobile. I have no idea. So, I mean, you know, like as a business, if you're Russ, you're happy, man. You're set for life. I mean, you know, you made millions of dollars selling your company. There's some incentives for them to hit certain milestones. I don't know if they did that or not. Again, so much of this just comes down to it's a business, and you know,
Gonna need a re-election.
mm-hmm. Never thought you'd be doing well in an all energy weapons IS assault. Why is that? Oh. Yeah, well, I mean, assault's the alpha capability, which means, you know, the damage. It's either damage DPS to some extent, alpha damage or DPS, so. Most IS assaults can do an LFE quite easy. Most. But yes, I get where you're saying the struggle is real with, it's more like, yeah, the crit space is most of the time the issue. The stories I could tell, but you about working for companies that were owned by PEG or lessons that will never work for one again. Yeah, I mean, like I said, this is what sucks is the fans are like. I can feel bad for Darren, and I do. I think he's a good friend, and I can feel bad for others but at the end of the day, I think the fans are the really ones that get hosed in this, because it's like bad decisions from like us fans, we just want games and we want good games. We want good experiences. And because of bad decisions to do X, Y, or Z, ultimately at the very bottom of the hill is us. And, let's just say we get a few DLCs. I don't think PGI is going anywhere as far as I don't see. I mean, no one else has stepped up to the plate. you know, I mean, someone mentioned earlier they wish Microsoft would, you know, do something. Well, they are. I mean, they're allowing PGI to basically know it. Also, the other thing, too, people just don't realize because they're just ignorant of the fact of no one is stopping another game development company, even a small studio, from approaching Microsoft and doing something. No one. PGI does not have an exclusive license. And if they do, that would be news. I doubt it. But Microsoft would be very selective in who they give it out to. But let's just say, you know, there's no one else right now. Like, people are always like, oh, I wish. It's like, well, who's stepping up to the plate? Now, Microsoft does have internal studios, right, that they could task with or do with. But if you're Microsoft, you're looking at PGI and the history and just what my point being is like the business side, and they're like, you know, those numbers. I mean, I don't know. Let's just say PGI has made over the course of the 100 million. I don't know what they make. You know, 50 or 40 from MWO or who knows. I mean, over the course of 12 years, Microsoft would be like, dude, that's like literally nothing. You know, like. Yeah, I mean, you have look at the current numbers, look at the projected numbers, and then, you know, I don't know. I mean, you hardly hear about a game studio that excels after a buyout down the road from Red Storm, Epic down the road. They keep getting bigger and better. Yeah, opportunity cost. Yeah, that's again why I feel like, and I'm excited for getting access to mod tools. I feel like the community could really rally around a community project and a community set of mods, and you know, you'll have phones, don't you? What happens if Microsoft goes belly up one day, Phil? Never. I shouldn't say never. Highly doubtful. Yeah, here's the deal. You know, if you're a developer, why would you sell out if, oh, that's what it is. The Nefs, if you are there, thank you for subscribing. He may not be watching the stream. Subs on YouTube are literally someone saying subscribe to the channel, so that could be, you'd be watching the video and just clicked it, but, I don't know. I always take the analogy of like looking at it like, it's like the equivalent, right? You are a game developer, a PEG, a public, you know, investment, you know, whatever group buys you out, makes you an offer, you accept it. You basically sell your soul a little bit. You as the CEO and shareholders of your company do really well. I always look at it from the perspective of me. Like if someone came to me and said, hey, I want to buy, you know, NGNG, and then I'm going to give you this money, and then from here on out, you only get a portion of revenue or whatever. Like, you know, you sign that contract. Let's just say someone did that. They said, hey, we want to buy NGNG. You can continue doing what you're doing, but as far as all the money afterwards, like you get, you know, blah, blah, blah. I don't know what it is. And then let's just say you blow up as a channel. They still own you. Oh, man. It's like, yeah, I don't know. Let's just say, hey, Phil, we're gonna buy that for $1 million. Totally unrealistic. Man, $1 million, that's a lot of money, you know? I think, with all due respect, I think if we're getting without EG7, everything would have stopped at the Heroes DLC. No other DLCs, no clans. It sucks what happened, but you take the bad with the good. I don't agree with that statement. I don't think anybody's factor in. You're basically giving EG7 a thumbs up. EG7 didn't provide the money to PGI for development. Also, you know, I mean, some people may not like to hear it, but like, is the IP better off in someone else's hands? Well, Phil, you just said that there's no other hands out there. You're correct. You know, do I think if PGI went away, we would just be indefinitely in the no game mode? Potentially. Could be 5 years, could be 10, could be 20. But here's the thing, like I said, I think the fans could come together and create something. I don't know. Well, I do know, but, you know, as far as I think they can. But I think you're giving it a little bit, you know.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems.
Mech citizen. I know, Andra.
Override engage.
Yeah, but your point is that we wouldn't have had all that, and my point is maybe in the long run that would have been better. I don't know. Would that have been better if you know, I don't know. I mean, look, people don't like to talk about it because it's a little bit uncomfortable.
Can you see an atlas?
Echo 3, Echo 4. Going left. I mean,
No, can you actually see it? There's a glitch here. You can get inside the mountain, basically. Or 6 corner.
I'm in the mountain, bro.
Yeah.
I am the mountain.
The man.
I'm gonna head out to Gold 4 and pull them all out of position because I know they're gonna be hunting me.
I don't. Let me ask you guys. I mean, how do you guys feel about it? I mean, you know, like.
Echo 3, Echo 3.
Yeah, back up and get in the tunnel.
New target acquired.
You're almost there. You're almost there.
I'm stuck on something.
Yeah, you're backing up into the wall.
What the fuck, man?
New target acquired.
I'll step in for you. Taking a hit. Multiples, guys. Left side, Fox 3. Hotel. Right torso, hotel. He's a brawler, so just get ready. Strip, or half strip. Oh, I just missed that shot. Hotel, CT. Okay. Probably gonna die here. This is not a good spot for me to be in.
Incoming missile. UAV activated. New target acquired.
Oh my god, did that just eat?
Dude, I just maneuvered around you to not block your retreat.
New target acquired.
What are you doing?
New target acquired.
Alpha's pushing you, McLean.
He's gonna regret that decision.
Echo, XL.
Turn around.
New target acquired.
Oh! I was going for a headshot. That was greedy.
Target destroyed. Medium laser destroyed.
Who does UAC 10s on a Hellbringer? How dare you, sir?
Critical damage.
Ah!
CT on the vulture.
Yeah, this is how matches have been.
CT on Alpha.
Sweaty matches.
LRM destroyed.
I don't know, man. Let me put it this way. Let me ask you guys a question. Do you think there is someone out there, as far as a studio, that could, regardless of anything, I'm just saying as far as what you think, do you think someone out there, a studio, could make an amazing MechWarrior experience? Regardless of who they're tied to or whatever. Do you think there's someone out there that can make a game that just blows your socks off? Or is it just a hard no?
Critical damage.
I'm sure there's somebody out there.
Yeah.
Missile. Right torso. Critical damage. Right torso destroyed. Right arm destroyed. Weapon explosion detected. Medium laser destroyed. Heatsink destroyed. Pulse rifle destroyed. Left torso critical damage. Missile. Torso destroyed. Left arm destroyed.
Good try, guys. No, I'm not talking about like if they could or would. I'm just saying, my point being is, I felt this way for a while too, is that I do feel that Battletech fans, and I'm just saying Battletech in general, Battletech, that also includes MechWarrior, Battletech fans. I feel like we've been so starved for stuff that sometimes we settle. Does that, like, does that make sense? Like,
No, you're not wrong.
Like,
basically take what we can get.
yeah, and it doesn't help too when people like use language like, "Oh my God, it was you know, best ever," or this or that, and it's like, I just look at other games and what they're doing in other studios, and you know, again, I feel like the clutches will feel if PGI doesn't do well, then we're never gonna get a game. It's like game over. I'm just like, so we're okay with settling for sometimes mediocrity, you know, like a mediocre effort, in my opinion. Does that make sense? Is that right? Is that, you know? Yeah, Thor, I don't think you make a good game based off of like, you gotta come out with an anime beforehand. When did we marry PGI? Yeah, but no, it's more along the lines, Tori, of we've already answered that. My point is, when people make comments of like, well, if not them, who, or if they don't do it, then we never, you know, like, yeah, I don't know. Pipe dream, sure, you could be like, well, I wish another better studio. Well, of course, who? And, you know, let's just say they're probably not going to touch a mech game, let alone MechWarrior. I don't know. You think every fan of every big old IP is feeling that nowadays? Yeah. But that's, again, I just feel like love to play an MMO that plays like Mech 5. All right, clearly I'm getting out of this because we're not having good matches. Let's mix it up here. Like MechWarrior 5 Mercs MMO. Think it'd be a hit? Bigglesworth, I'm not sure how much PGI is making off MWO microtransactions, most likely not enough. No, MWO, Russ has stated that MWO makes enough to basically keep the lights on a little bit more. And you gotta think, and even now that Darren and Kraz are no longer, even though they weren't 100% on, yeah. Beer Money, we're on Discord. Anybody who'd like to join can hop down to the waiting room. I tend to not invite new people I don't know, but especially people named Hulk. They're just trolls.
You're a troll.
Your face is a troll. I'm sorry, that was me. That wasn't you. That was because of Jerry.
Yeah, no, Jerry.
Jerry's
face.
I know, man. Just God.
Poor Jerry, you guys always pick on Jerry.
Man, that face picks on me, man. What are you talking about?
He's always talking about his face, so we gotta talk about his face, you know?
What about me? My eyes have feelings, you know? Going blue for the baby boy.
I'm gonna do one more and then, yeah, real life.
Then real life. Feel free to send me an invite, friend invite, Sean, S-E-A-N, space L-A-N-G. You come to me.
No.
Did you know the Locust won't be as high enough fire rate with skills and quirks as single medium pulse? Can I warm 10? Yes, I do. To answer your question is to look at Warhammer 40k versus Battletech. Battletech is so stagnant and one-dimensional. Big stumpy land robots fighting are fun for so long. I mean, it's more than that, though, as far as in the novels. There's the political intrigue. I mean, it's the world, it's the Earth that we know right now, set in the 80s, but instead of it just being Earth, it's spread out amongst the stars. I don't know. Romance, war, love, deceit. I mean, you name it. You know.
Double AC10, double Light 5 Night Star. It's Uber. It's really fast, which is kind of scary.
What are we talking about?
Just
Night Star?
Just the Night Star I'm using.
Alright.
But it works. It works.
M1C, make sure to toss me a friend invite. Sean Lang.
Someone's joining.
Yeah, you might not be able to take your fat kid toys.
No.
I know.
I want my fat kid. I want my fat kid.
Well, it's not even about stories. My point is that Battletech is rich and deep and crazy. I mean, look at Tex Talk's Battletech videos. Like, man, there's so much there. And yeah, there's mech combat, but there's everything else under the sun. You know, like, it's not just about that. It's, you know.
In that sexy voice of Texas.
Just
every time I watch one of those videos, I gotta take a cold shower.
take a cold shower. I hear you.
Why so? Never mind.
Wait, you don't feel a little tingle when Tex talks Battletech? No.
So you have to go in the cold shower to, you know.
Gotta cool off, you know. This is apples to hand grenades, two different types of it. Yes, I know. Battletech's biggest problem has always been Harmony Gold. Like when a single line destroyed the IP, it probably is the main reason why most studios don't want to touch this IP. Yeah, but Harmony Gold has nothing to do with them now, so they're out of the picture. An open-ended Battletech universe, single-player game sounds great, but we kind of already have that with Mech 5 Mercs. But to make money off it, you have to have microtransactions. I don't think you have to have microtransactions. I think you could have, I mean, look, Mech 5 Mercs did well, and the DLCs did well. Mech 5 Mercs, the problem with launch was that it was EGS exclusive. Outside of that, once it recovered from that, and the DLCs, subsequent DLCs, it did well. I mean, for PGI. I mean, you know, and
bit of a hiccup.
Russ stated that it's on par with, I mean, MWO. He basically said Mercs made just as much, if not more, than MWO. Now, granted, no microtransactions. It's a base game plus DLCs, which is basically like expansions. We call expansions DLCs now. But it's because we physically don't have CDs anymore, where you used to have to get the. Anyway, my point being is, you know, I wish it would have been more of development cycle this. MWO, Mech 5 Mercs, successor to MWO, MechWarrior 6. You know, to me, that would have been like, that would have been ideal. Yeah, M1C, you're over, you need to drop 20. You're over by 20. Ideally, that would have allowed your player base, your online player base, to not feel like ostracized. I don't know about you, that's how I feel, especially on the end of video. If you haven't watched the video, it's not too long. I've felt that way since the beginning of all of this. It's like, hold on, so MWO is just basically sitting here. It got you to where you are right now, and you're just ignoring that audience because it was too hard, or you made too many mistakes and you felt burnt out, whatever it is. And now you've done 2 single player, you know, whatever. And, you know, to me, at least, that's how I felt. It's like, cool, you know, and I did say on the record, if a studio did a single player game that was story driven, I would be all about it if it was done right. And, you know,
It's gonna shave some footage.
like, you know, it's like Titanfall 2 or Titanfall. Like, you play Titanfall 2. I played the campaign once. I don't think I'll ever go back and play it again, but I really enjoyed it. But it's just one of those things where, you know.
Okay. Go back up to where you were. I was going to drop 20.
You should.
Yeah, yeah.
I will use return to share.
Yeah, you guys take what you want.
Look at us all take a diet up in here.
Yeah. All for fat kids over there.
Oh,
I like cookies.
I wanted to fight.
Yeah, Mike, take what you want.
I want to waddle.
Any type of negativity towards Titanfall 2 is blasphemous. The game was good, but I have no interest in playing the campaign again.
When you playing Heathen?
I don't know.
I liked Titanfall 1 online play. That was really fun. But
you probably go to like a howl or
you know,
something.
I didn't say anything negative towards it. Just said
There, I fixed it.
No. Take what you want. You don't have to be the therapist.
Oh, that's okay. I have a great tiny one for marking targets, so.
Marking targets.
Hey, I'm your guest, so I'm just here to be a warm body and find targets.
Yeah, I liked the aspect of Titanfall 1 multiplayer that I liked was that, and actually during the campaign too, was just you felt like you were important. You know, like you had all the AI infantry calling for help and rooting for you, and it just that connection of like, you know, it's so simple too, because it's mainly just like audio cues and maybe a little bit of visual, them waving or like, you know, fist bump. It was like one of those things where I remember playing Titanfall 1 and I was like, oh my god, this is the most BattleTech, you know.
We're really fat, fat Heathen. Using that, what was it, Alpha? What was that?
We have an interesting spread with dual lights and dual assaults.
Magic, isn't that the problem though with almost every game nowadays though? Like, because of how many games are coming out, you're always stepping on someone else's toes. But, yeah.
There's always...
I mean, shit, Titanfall 1 was the inspiration for Call of Duty, what was it? The one where basically parkour became a thing in Call of Duty. Was it Black Ops? They didn't have that until Titanfall did. And Titanfall 1, I mean, dude, I remember shortly thereafter launch on multiplayer on Titanfall, no one played with the Titans. It was almost all just infantry. And
in the background,
you know,
making Apex Legends. Which is literally just Titanfall, just take the battle royale system, boom.
Yeah, but they improved. I think Apex did a lot of things that were issue with like player unknown, the verticality on there, the being able to call. Yeah, I mean being able to call in your
story between Titanfall and Apex, which is pretty cool.
You know. No, I know the main mode had Titans in infantry. That's not my point. But my point was that default the more popular was infantry only. And then basically, I think it was Black Ops. I think it was Call of Duty Black Ops is when you started getting the parkour elements that Call of Duty, because they saw something and was like, hey, that really, you know, really worked.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Magic, we doing something today?
Override engaged.
Is your body ready? Is your mind ready? Come on, bro. Just let it all out. Come on, let's do the it'll be beneficial for your mental health. What's up, Andrew? How you doing? Tell Dr. Phil, how does this make you feel? I feel like your initial response would literally be, I fucking told you so. I told you so. I fucking told you so. I think that's what you'd say, verbatim, and end quote. We just had the podcast. There you go. It was a one-man band.
Artillery strike online.
Do we have anybody on the walls? Check it.
Negative. You're on the walls.
Yep. Direwolf.
Target acquired.
Direwolf up on the wall. Come on, Magic. Let's do it. It'll be fun. It'll be good content. It'll be content. The best.
Is there any 5 stars with JJ's?
No.
There was.
Which one of these?
Target acquired.
Target spotted. It's the one that you're in.
UAV activated.
Target spotted.
Bravo.
Ooh, it's tiny.
Legs on him.
It's as tiny as you.
He's cute. I'm gonna get him.
Bravo, he's going up.
Get him.
If he drops down, let us know.
ECMs, he doesn't.
Target spotted.
He can't see.
Go for his legs. Chew the legs.
Yeah. If he comes down here, it's be juicy.
Target spotted.
Oh, he's gonna have to drop. Okay.
Oh,
I'm gonna
dude,
come
down. I'm going
Stop
there.
chasing that light.
Lights are chasing the light, don't worry.
Target spotted.
I am light.
Affirmative.
No.
Is he dropping? He's dropping.
He dropped.
Oh, yeah.
Legs.
Right. No, we're going left. Target spotted.
Oh, get him. Legs.
He is.
No one's even hitting him. That's the sad part.
That's sad.
No, you didn't. You missed him completely.
Target spotted.
Well,
I want the better Hulk.
Yeah, let's up topic. Okay.
Ooh, that hit.
sorry that he like swerved on the shot there. So.
Oh, crap.
Target spotted.
Is that down below?
Target spotted.
I think he got on the wall. Go for 3.
New target acquired.
Yeah, there's something in Delta 3.
UAV activated.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Ouch. I don't know how I died.
New target acquired.
what had happened was...
I mean, there's just the mist and paste now in the cockpit where I used to be.
Pink mist.
Artillery strike activated. New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Got a hit. Got 2 hits. 3 hits. 4 hits.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Got their attention.
Target
New
spotted.
target acquired.
Alpha's still up there. Oh, I haven't seen that name in a while. Oh, he's got no legs.
Target spotted.
Can I get up there?
Don't skip leg day.
Yeah, he's got
New
no leg
target
armor.
acquired.
Give
I
my
can
hands.
actually get in the fight here.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Man, watching you play, I regret not taking my machine gun.
Affirmative. Target spotted. Target spotted.
I'm going to murder this guy.
Oh, fuck.
Target spotted.
Oh, right leg on.
Yeah.
Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Foxtrot.
Yep. Fox in the open.
Brett and Life's decisions here.
I'm going for him.
Target spotted.
He's getting chewed up from the rear.
Target spotted.
He's got no options.
Target destroyed. New target acquired.
I don't know why he didn't go down quicker than that.
Target spotted.
It's
New
LBs.
Heal up,
target
heal up.
acquired.
Yeah.
We're half down. Don't let the hostiles take down
With
any
you.
more of
He's
you.
LB20s and ERP. Oh, he just got hammered.
Yeah, he turned his back to me with rack 5s.
Hit him again.
Oh, this is...
Oh,
The jaws of defeat
wow.
are closing in around
Oh,
us.
you see him?
Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
New target acquired.
Well, don't
New
think we're
target
winning this, boys.
acquired.
But do we believe?
Oh, I believe. Get behind that
Left
execution.
arm destroyed. Left back critical damage.
I'm taking you with me.
Nope.
Oh.
This is Clan Command. Respond.
Magic.
That
With
one's
that
cheating.
statement, do you feel that? Why do you feel the community is at fault on that one? Well, Magic, whenever I was playing it, that was not true. It was very hard to find a server with Titans. So, could have been when I was playing, sure, but that was my experience. So, you can say that, but then also my memory of it's also true. It was very difficult finding servers with just with the mechs. So, I mean, regardless, my point being is, you know, it may have been popular at X time or whatever when you, but when I played, it was not.
More like Frontier Defense.
Yeah, Magic, I don't really... But isn't that true about anything? Like, yeah, no shit. But, you know.
Thank you for the games.
See you, buddy.
Oh.
Better man. $2142 is great. It was a great game. I played this shit out of it. Tanks were my jam in Battlefield 2 and 3, but 2142 playing the mechs was my jam. I murdered. But that's like, I don't know, Magic. I mean, that's like any, I mean, outside of like a Battlefield where, you know, my point being is like, I wouldn't put the finger at the player base on that one. Yeah, I'm one of them that said that, but here's the thing, Magic. My caveat to that one was I'm okay with like no mech lab if the game is just amazing and you know, you just don't need one. You're walking, you know what I'm saying? Like all those things could be true, but that doesn't like, then the onus would fall on the studio for not delivering that experience, right? Like that's, how would you say, well, you want it and now you got it? It's like, yeah, but I wanted it better than that. Like, that's like me saying, yeah, that would have been really good, dope if they would have done a really, really amazing story and the gameplay was amazing. But the gameplay isn't amazing in Clans. It's the exact same as Mercs. And the only difference is cooler, nicer cinematics. Yeah, it all depends on, but that's not, I don't blame the community or a fan for the failings there, you know? You know, like, that doesn't quite make sense. I mean, some people want single player and some people want multiplayer. You know, like, I don't point the finger at, you know. All right, let me grab something to eat really quick. I'll be right back. Just want to say thank you again for hanging out, guys. We're gonna continue on here. It's good to be back. Like I said, my son was born a week ago, which is pretty crazy. So I'm sure I'll be saying that, and it'll be a month, and 2 months, and then a year, and then 2 years, and then I'm gonna have a 4-year-old and 2-year-old, and it's gonna be crazy. Anyways, guys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab something to eat. I haven't eaten today, and I've been up since 6:50, so we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Also, just a reminder, if you haven't done so, head over to the store. Treat yourself. Have you been a good little MechWarrior? If the answer is yes and or no, oh, I just typed in. If the answer is yes or no, well, treat yourself. So, I'll be right back. All right, Magic. I'm waiting for you. Where you at? Let's do it. The conversation to be had. Oh, M1, did you take off? Did M1 take off? Oh, he's up there. Okay.
Hello, hello.
What's up, buddy? How you
Is
doing?
my microphone clear enough?
Yeah, let me turn you down just a bit.
Oh. Okay.
Honestly.
Maybe some settings like I'm using
No,
like
you're-
NVIDIA Broadcast right now, so it could be like
No, you're good.
increasing the volume of my voice.
Yeah, just
Yeah, honestly, like
hold on.
like, for me,
Hold on. Before we get started,
I'm holding.
I'm clicking the record button because
No, don't do it.
I'm totally. We're doing this. We're
Don't
doing
do it.
We're
No,
done.
No.
We're not. I'm totally not recording any of this. This is not
Okay.
on the internet at all.
I didn't hear test, so it's all good. There was no throat clearing or anything, so I count like as if it's not, but yeah. Anyway, nice to see you back. Congratulations.
Thank you, buddy. Yeah.
New baby goblin.
Dude,
baby boy.
all this landed, and I was like, oh boy.
I know how it must have felt. That was very strange timing for you.
Well,
for
it was
sure. But
just
yeah.
it was one of those things where I didn't see layoffs happening. I mean, we've had ups and downs. PGI's had ups and downs, but I just didn't see layoffs happening. And at first, I thought maybe it's just because when I first heard it, because it got posted on Discord, and the first time I heard it was, and my initial thought was, well, that's typical. They just got clients out. It's normal to lay off staff, especially contractors. That you blow it up, you release your product, and you blow it back down. But that's not what it was.
That's not like too much of an unusual practice, but usually that happens with contractors and not with staff that was there for holy shit, like 10 plus years, I guess.
Yeah. Well, Paul is an original shareholder for running it. Now, I don't know how that works. Like when EG7 bought, I'm assuming every shareholder made money. So I'm assuming Paul made probably a good chunk of money.
I don't think we can know that. I just don't think we can know that because that was a private company, like in a way. So
yeah,
like,
what
we
I'm
don't
saying
know
though,
how
some of those employees that were early were shareholders, so they got money from the buyout as well. But it was just surprising because like Paul was the lead designer for MWO. I don't really know his role in Mercs, but I do know that article of PC Gamer, he was stating how hand-tied Mercs was because it was procedural gen instead of like clans, which is going to be, they're not going to be tied down to that. Anyways. Let's talk about your statements, because you feel that you said PGI and the fan base made their own bed, they can lay in it.
Yeah, pretty much. I think that's it. I think there's like cluelessness on both sides, like almost as equally. Of course, the developer is always like more responsible than the community itself, but there was a lot of it. And I remember saying like after the DLC was released, like I'm like eagerly waiting for the next EG7 report. Because I knew that like what happened with the DLC was not without like consequence. And that the DLC, like regardless of how people felt towards it, like that's if they're gonna do the premium plus DLC based model and they revert the DLC, make it for free, it's not a small impact. And like especially like if the base game sales were not big enough, and you require like base game sales to be good to maintain like the DLC monetization model. Once again, this is irregardless of what you think about the DLC itself. Like that will hurt your bottom line quite a bit.
I am now under the impression that DLC was probably not a DLC, but again, I have no proof, but just my feeling was because of how ass backwards it was, like, I know Russ, he's not he's not some just money grubbing person, but that's what it felt like. It felt like a cash grab. I have a feeling, my speculation is clans launched, albeit it was a month late because it was supposed to be September. They recognized that it didn't bring in the revenue because they were projecting. Anyways, point being, my feelings are that DLC was an EG7 push because of the lack of sales. The things that we don't know, and I said this in the video that I posted, what we don't know is that we don't know the deal with Microsoft and how much they take.
Yeah,
if they
we don't
take
know
anything.
how much Game Pass impacted it, and a lot of people that I know that played the game played it through Game Pass
yeah.
instead of paying the full price.
And I
Probably.
think my gut feeling says I bet you they don't make PGI doesn't make jack on that, but they can use it as a metric of like, oh well, someone downloaded the. I bet you they get downloads, or something like that. But I asked earlier. I think it was yesterday. How many people were surprised that and it's failure to meet certain quotas from EG7 and probably PGI that like they were projections, so it's failure there. But PGI could still be happy with the sales. It just maybe didn't hit the demands of EG7.
They probably had their development costs for Mech 5 clans, and they probably had sale expectations. Now, I don't think how much of that, like how much Game Pass was taken into consideration when it comes to that, but they, like Tori said earlier, it's not necessarily quote unquote a failure of the game itself, but like failure to meet expectations. And I know that's all corpo talk in a way, and can be a little bit mumbled, but yeah, I mean that's like, if it's a failure to meet expectations, like something can be technically like really good. We've seen a lot of games that were decent games, but their budgets were like incredibly big, and because they failed to meet those expectations, in the end, like that had dire implications for the developer team behind them.
Yeah.
So it's something that like every developer team needs to manage very carefully. But then again, like EG7 on its own is not really doing all that well. If you take a look at what their other studios are doing and like the other like projects and games that they're developing, like of course people are not going to be like following like what other studios are doing that are under them. But like they had a big Marvel ARPG, I think, canceled last year. Basically, it was not meeting, once again, expectations. It was not getting good internal reviews, so they just kind of scrapped it. They don't really have that many new games in development. They closed down. Once again, people are surprised that EG7 is showing their hand right now, but EG7 not that long ago, I think like 5 months ago, closed a UK-based studio called Antimatter Studios. It was also like a relatively sized studio, which had like 80 or something plus developers working on a couple of like milsim like games that were close to release, and they just cut it off completely. Now, I think like up until this point, from what we can see externally, like we haven't really seen EG7 show their hand, like once again, externally. When it comes to PGI and their employment, the only thing that we've seen is that they worked on a lot of work for hire projects, and that means that they were helping like other studios, some within like EG7 umbrella and some outside of it, help co-develop like various games and projects. So Kras, for example, and he mentioned this, was helping with the game called Evil versus Evil, or Evil v Evil. I don't know.
Yeah, Evil
I don't know
Evil.
if you're even aware of it. Yeah. That game dropped. EG7 knew it was gonna be a failure, and do you know what the peak like concurrent player base was for that game? Can you even guess? Like on its launch day?
300.
30 people. That's a game developed by Toadman. That's a game developed by Toadman, and Toadman was also like work for hire. So because Toadman didn't really have like any manageable projects under their umbrella, they were made to work on some like Daybreak games like PlanetSide. Like some Toadman developers would move over to PlanetSide to keep like developing that, while that would free up the hands of Daybreak Studios to work on like some of those potential other projects, like the revival of like H1Z1, basically, that GHAM talked about last year, because they did show up their development roadmap and like what they were planning to do. But all in all, things are very tight at EG7 now, and having all those studios under their belt, they gave PGI, you know, like a shot to try with clans. But clearly, since they didn't hit the targets, as it goes, they want to maintain the good portfolio pictures for like their investors, and you know, cuts need to be made, and so we got what we got. And once again, I can't say that much of this, like knowing the situation at EG7 and like what development projects they had like under their belt that they were relatively public with, like even though they do have some undisclosed projects, like you can see that things were not really looking all that well. And after the DLC, like you can say flopped, I said that. I said I'm looking forward to next EG7 report. And what do you know? Like this happens. Almost like freaking clockwork.
Yeah.
It's funny to me. It's really funny to me. And the worst thing about it is that both PGI and community, and I'm gonna like assign the blame both sides. People can hear me out. Of course, it always falls more on the developer than on the community. But here is the thing. Community never clearly communicated what the problem was with the DLC. Do they want multiplayer? Do they not want multiplayer? Is it a problem with the value-based proposal, or is it like game modes behind the paywall proposal? Because I guarantee you, if that DLC had single-player content of some kind, plus new mechs added, nobody would bat an eye at the price. And once again, that's a separate problem, because like what PGI is going to learn from that is that they can't monetize like multiplayer, anything that's related to multiplayer in clans, and they're going to develop only single player content for it. And what does that do? Like almost nothing. And I know people are going to disagree with me with this, but hear me out. If PGI develops like a DLC that's even better than the base campaign right now, that does not move the needle, more people are probably not going to buy DLC because of that. That chance was squandered, like if you think the game failed to meet expectations when the base game launched. So you can develop like the best DLC that was ever developed. It does not move the needle anywhere. We needed PGI to work on the game modes, and with the last DLC, basically the message that they got from the community was, oh, we don't want this shit. Just develop single player storyline content. Okay, you know, perfectly fine. We can monetize that. And I know the community was like, this is not enough. Like this, I agree. I completely agree. It was not enough. It was like, there was no even like instant action separation. They kept like 5 players because they didn't want to develop like for 6, because UI was not like in place to, you know, create 6-player matches. And they could have done that. They should have done that. They should have like expanded on it, but they didn't. And then on top of that, community sent a message that they can't monetize game modes in any way for anything. And now we're here, and I know exactly what's gonna happen next. And it's so funny, it's so freaking predictable, and like I'm just a little bit tired. Like a developer that can't understand feedback, has like little direction, and community that doesn't recognize consequences or can predict like what the consequences of certain things are going to be. That's like literally it.
Okay, so me and you've talked about this, and we talked about it on stream, but I get your perspective, and you and a few others. I saw your post about it. You were giving praise. I feel like I understood what you were saying. You wanted to praise PGI and say, hey, actually, this arena game mode is really cool. I want you to expand on it and do stuff. So I'm saying that this DLC is good. Then me and you were having that conversation of saying, is this a value proposition issue, or is it a like moral, like, hey, just FYI, it shouldn't be behind any. And so there's a few things we need to break down. I think if they would have came out and said, here's a $5 pack of mechs, and let's back up here. If they would have just launched what I think they would have done and probably were going to do, this was supposed to be a free thing. In my opinion, this is a free thing. They were supposed to launch the DLC as free to the community. That's what I think they were going to do. I think because of sales being low, EG7 said, no, you need to see about monetizing it.
Monetizing.
Which me and you agree. bad idea, because then what it does is it reinforces what you're afraid of, which is now they're not going to experiment with any PvP aspects that were really cool and they could have expanded, which I agree with. But what I don't agree with is I don't agree with you as saying that's the community's fault. But I get where
they didn't communicate it clearly enough.
Yeah, but
like they didn't communicate it.
But
I know it's not there. I know it's not there.
Communication
their
via
responsibility
sales.
to do so, but like
yeah, hold on.
Pointed out, and they can't.
Hold on, back up.
Okay,
back up.
Right.
The reason why he's saying he doesn't agree and they didn't communicate verbally, but also with their wallets, because, and Magic is rightfully so, in Mercs, they did a few DLCs where there was game modes behind a paywall, and we were okay with that because you also got storyline stuff, single player stuff, and blah, blah. So really, my point being is, why are game modes behind a paywall? And Magic asked, well, you're okay with that. Then becomes a value proposition. But and fundamentally, I'm against that. But what they did with DLC for clans was exactly identical. The value proposition just wasn't there. So really, it's about value proposition. But I had to stand up and say, look, you were looking at Mercs and clans as they were the same type of game, but they weren't. So the value proposition, not only was it lacking, the games weren't the same. You know, like I played clans once.
But that's
do I want to play again?
The nature of the like linear experience.
Exactly. But then
like
so the value isn't
about this as well.
The value isn't the same when you look at that kind of content versus Mercs, where you could play over and over. You do whatever you want. You do self challenges, mods, blah blah. Anyways, so I don't say the onus isn't on the players, and I've said this. This is why the games industry has been negatively affected, and it started back in the day with free to play, and I would say MWO and the monetization model. Every free to play, all the microtransactions and everything has hurt the games industry and consumers, us, because when they dangle a carrot out, let's just say PGI would have said, "Hey, here's a $5. Enjoy over the holidays. You can do arena mode and stuff like that. Blah blah blah. $5." Would it been an issue? To me, yes. I think I would have made the exact same video because of the reasons. Hey, your game's lacking in replayability. You want people to come back to a story-driven linear experience. There's no true co-op experience here.
Is that a problem? I'm sorry, Phil, to interrupt you again, but like that was the main intention behind the game. Like it was never supposed to be like something that's
because
like
it didn't deliver.
playable.
Yes, but it didn't deliver because I said I'm okay with a story-driven experience if the game's amazing. I'm okay with no mech lab. Like imagine walking around as Grayson Death Carlisle and blah blah blah. You just have a freaking, you know what I'm saying? Like if the game's amazing and the experience is amazing, those little details don't really matter as much. You know, it's like the Star Wars game or Titanfall. There's not a ton of customization, but it's good enough where you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I didn't really need that. The experience is golden enough. Clans is a glorified Mercs game. The only difference is you're playing with clan tech and you have better mocap and storytelling and animations. That's it.
I talked about this as well before the game was released. And after it, I gave my review as well. Like I asked people, and I was trying to be convinced otherwise, that like the base gameplay looks just like Mercs. The AI behaves just like Mercs. The core like shooting, the core enemy AI, how they're targeting you, how the difficulty is handled, like everything like that looks like AI, looks like MechWarrior Mercs, just with some like improvements and some on top of that. They're welcome, but that's still like there is no evolution in like gameplay.
But we didn't know that
design
until the game came out, and we were hoping it would. But and this is a fault of PGI's that me and you agree with, which is either they don't have people with the knowledge of like MWO and the previous games and playing behind the scenes as far as testing and giving feedback, or maybe it's just not on the scope and the budget. That's also a consideration. But I just feel like no one is playing these things behind the scenes and saying, actually, we need to improve. I mean, I talked about it. Again, you can't choose any of the characters' skills, but yet the skills are in there, so they could have made a system there to make it fun. You have redundant skills as far as the player piloting skill, but also the mech proficiency skills, basically, in that tab. It's like the exact same. So there's really no point. Anyways, my point being is, I think the reality of it is clans is what. Shout out to Ferret if he's listening to this or it listens. He was saying 100% PGI has dumped all the resources and money into motion capture. And if you compare the differences between Mercs as far as gameplay, like Magic was saying, he's 100% right. I mean, all the menus, the mech lab, I mean, everything is just basically the same, just with a new facelift or even reduced or changed. Like there's not a whole lot there. But the question is now moving forward, do you have concerns, Magic, about the repercussions of this? Do you think it's as, because I look at it as, yes, they laid people off. They basically cut the fat. They basically cut like non-essential, like Kras. He was working on MWO. Guess what is not precedence? MWO. And yes, he helped with clans. I totally get that as well. But obviously he wasn't a mainliner to clans. So they let him go for, that. I mean, they're letting Darren go.
He was working on some stuff for clans as well. He was working on clans a bit, but probably like something that the company itself deemed like less, like, I don't know, essential. Like as dirty as that sounds.
Well, and is he from the States? I think he is, right? So he's from the States. He's from the U.S. So I think he was probably just a contractor anyways. Like he wasn't like by the way, this annoys me because it was a certain individual at PGI that always reminded Darren and me back in the day, we were just contractors. Oh yes, that was very much thrown in my face and his for many years. Do you have concerns what this means for the IP in PGI's hands?
Well, I think like after the feedback from the last DLC, PGI once again is, like I said, going to do what I think they will do. They will try to develop DLCs that focus more on single player storyline content and not necessarily develop the mode. So you will get the same thing like you basically got in like the campaign of clans, just like in smaller chunks. And there's going to be no evolution of like game design in any direction. Is that going to be enough to like increase game sales or over like, I don't know, whatever span of time? I don't know. Maybe it will, but it will not be amazing. I don't know if it's going to even be enough to like support another game. And we know from Russ that he openly said, but though he does say sometimes this for, to people to just like buy the game. Like on November 22, 2024, he said, although not prepared to make assurances here and now, I feel there is a very strong possibility that throughout 2025, we continue to make the Horde mode and Arena modes more robust. More maps and scenarios for Horde mode and perhaps more depth of options or modes for Arena. I have my doubts like about like any of this now. Like maybe they'll do something relatively small for them, but like a major improvements to those are probably like off the table. And like at some earlier points as well, he also said that the future of the next game purely depends on how Clans is performing, and if the Clans is performing relatively badly or like as they said, failure to meet expectations, then it doesn't bode well.
I almost feel like
it doesn't.
I almost feel like it's gonna be a cop out because I feel like well, see, we made what you said you wanted.
I know.
And it's like, yeah, but you didn't do a good job. Like I feel like that's what the excuse my here or like
started repeating. Yeah, sorry to interrupt you, Phil, but that's why I start repeating. It's all about the execution. Like you can make like a good arcade game, you can make a good simulation game, but you need to adhere to like respective genres game design principles and execute them well and in a unique way.
But I feel like this is the same.
If you fail to do that, then
I feel like that would be like almost the same thing where I feel like Russ feels about MWO is like, yeah, I see we did community warfare and it didn't work. It wasn't mass adoption. You want to be like, yeah, but it was a shitty design.
That's a bit of a failure on like self-reflection.
Solaris. We made what you wanted. We made what you wanted, and it failed. It was literally Solaris was DOA on the first day.
That's once again, that's something else that I talked about like probably like a couple of minutes ago. The The wrong conclusions are being learned.
Okay, so you're saying
It's
the lessons are not being learned. It's just
Yeah.
repetitive. But who does, I mean, to me, my concerns now looking at it is I think scope is going to be affected in the DLCs that they're working with, as you said. Would it bring back people for, let's just say, if the base game of Clans didn't deliver, what would make you think a DLC is going to do that? Unless you're literally revamping and fixing all the things that we're talking about.
You would have to go through a pretty massive revamp, and I think as much as that was not the intended goal of the game, like in the beginning, you would need to include some kind of replayability to the game itself. But like, I just don't see them doing that. Now, I don't fault them for not including like some kind of, better replayability of Clans, because they didn't have it like, in mind from the get-go. And like even the DLC itself, I think, was more aimed at like overall keeping people playing the game than it was aimed at providing a multiplayer, a proper like multiplayer portion to the game itself.
Okay. Is replayability the only reason though?
No,
I don't think
not.
so. It is. I mean,
no, it's not. But like, you want to keep people playing the game, because otherwise, like, how are they gonna know? Like, the DLC is gonna launch, and there is a pretty decent chance they're not even gonna know the DLC itself is launching.
Yeah. Well,
and
I mean,
what happens
if you're a studio and you want people to play your game 24/7, you don't choose a linear storyline and then that's it. Like you don't do that.
Yeah, you don't. That's just the that's just the problem. And I think like that. Even though the Mech 5 Mercs was pretty shallow experience, like you like to say, and there is no doubt about that. It was basically fly around the map. Your actions do not really affect factions other than like sale costs, like here and there. And you play Pokemech until the end of time. But like for some people, that was still like enough to keep them like engaged with the game for long enough. And PGI did introduce like a lot of updates and
do you know why I
changes
think that is though?
Fixes over time, but.
I think I asked this question earlier. I think the reason why is, one, you have an older demographic. It's a power, right? You're giving power to the player, like you're a god. That sort of that. If there's a technical term for that in game development. But here's also the thing, and I want to ask you, do you think a part of that is because the player base just settles? Because we went literally almost 10 plus years without it, literally the dark age, as far as like there was nothing, and everyone is so afraid of, all of your mech dads, including myself, are so concerned about. And you remember how Darren used to say, if PGI goes away, that's it, never, no, that term, and I'm not putting them on the coals here. My point being is like never
entirely subscribe to that,
but my point being is like, do you feel like that's also because people settle, like they don't? It's like you're so deprived for any BattleTech content that
you will accept anything at
you'll
that point.
Accept.
Maybe.
I mean, when I think there's also I feel like white knighting doesn't help, and of course black knights don't help, right? The two extremes don't help. But like, I just look at, in the video, one of the closing statements I had was, I feel like there's been how I look at it, and maybe rose tin glasses, feel free to disagree with me. PGI was successful because of it, MWO. And then, okay, it allows you to do mercs, but it's like forgetting your roots of how you got there. I mean, it's not like they're going back and doing Duke Nukem stuff, or whatever the game, blah, blah, blah. MWO literally made PGI profitable and attractive enough to where EG said, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I just feel like,
yeah, but there is no moral connection like in the business world about like a project that brought you money. So like, I don't see that holding them like in any way possible, like any kind of sentimentality that some there might have.
No, I'm saying not sentiment. What I'm saying is, isn't that a roadmap though, of saying like, oh, hey, are we missing something here? We've now done, also Lansing for the raid. Sorry, we're doing a impromptu podcast. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just, if you say, hey, Phil, looking at what EG7 just did, and them stating that clans failed to meet expectations. Not that it failed as a product, but it failed to meet sales expectations. I just don't see how a DLC would fix that. Other than maybe the status quo of they know that, hey, just FYI, like Mercs, DLCs, you know, we sold X amount of copies and it was profitable. So go ahead and do that. I just look at it as if Russ said clans is the make it or break it, is that literal? And, you know, this is it for PGI and IP as far, and also, by the way, if you know this, their license was ending and around 2025. We don't know. We haven't had confirmation. I had speculated that they may have already started talks with Microsoft and or already signed a new, license extension. But then that would require X amount of capital to be able to do. And then if you're EG7 and you're in that place, would you greenlight that? Would you greenlight? What? That's where I'm at right now. Is I'm in this weird gray zone where I do have concerns for the future of like an MWO successor now, because I could see them just rolling back to, okay, look at what Mercs did right and look how we did DLCs and that was successful.
EG7 does mention that they still plan on doing the full DLC circle. That's their model. Their model is like premium plus DLC, you know, whatever. That's what they're planning on doing. So they do plan to push out like not a single, but probably like multiple DLCs for clients over time. I just don't see those DLCs. And based on the feedback from the previous DLC, once again, was understandable. The outrage was understandable completely. It's just that it was pointed everywhere, you know? It was like, do you understand where I'm coming from? Like, it was kind of scattershot. And I knew that there wouldn't be that big of an outrage if it had like new mech pack and plus like a single player content like added to it. That's also like another annoying thing to me, but whatever. It's just that the feedback itself was like way too scattershot, and they're gonna learn the wrong lesson from it. They probably already did.
Yeah.
And you're gonna get the single player storyline DLCs, plus some mech packs, and that's really like not going to move the needle like in any direction.
Yeah.
Is it going to be enough? There is a decent chance that it's going to be like sufficient in terms of like revenue over time, but I don't think it's gonna like bring the game from the ashes, you know.
But what we're really trying to
some like
point
crazy
out,
point.
I think me and you, is that this is negatively going to affect any MW successor that we were hoping might be a thing. Because
That is, no doubt, no doubt.
Yeah, that's my concern.
And
as well.
and it's going to like also affect negatively any kind of player v player modes in clans as well.
Yeah.
If there was any talk about creating,
It's so annoying.
more in-depth experience. It is extremely
It's so
annoying.
annoying.
It is.
'Cause
It
you're
is incredibly annoying. You have no idea.
Yeah. Well, I do know. Yeah, that's exactly it. Remember, I was behind the curtain there for many years too, which is even more annoying when you can't talk about it. Which is actually, it's even worse. Let me tell you. But like, yeah, it's to me, it's one of those things where I've said this before. When PGI is well and done with the IP and moved on or gone under, whatever they do in the future, I'm still here. You're still here as a fan. And so I think the whole like understanding it's a business and money and business and sales drive things for happening. So obviously you want a good game, so it sells well, which means more products in the future. We all want that. And I think that's what sucks is like, you know, you're like, hey, Phil, you're one of the guys who were like, you want a single player game. And I was like, yeah, if it was good. And then it's like, but that's the catch. And then I feel like your argument is, but on their side, lessons learned, they're going to be like, see, we told you, we did single player and it didn't work out. So, you know, blah. And then that's what you're afraid of with the, like I said, my speculation, my gut feeling is that DLC was supposed to be 100% free, and or the mechs were going to be like a pack that you could buy, which again,
I think they just didn't have enough time to include the single player story content together with it.
Yeah, but why? Like, then why? It's
that's
again, that just reinforces my point. It's a total cash grab, and you're hoping it would work. That's the thing. And it's like that makes it even worse, though. As a that means.
What do you mean? I'm hoping that it would work.
Are you talking about the? Sorry. Oh no, they were hoping it would work. That like they could put something up and people would rejoice.
Okay, very, very important. Like,
yeah, no, that people would rejoice, like, oh, look what you gave us, and it's like, yeah, but and did it make it help at all too that like the game mode that they put in was buggier than shit. I mean, God, man, so that didn't help, and it reinforces the relationship, I think, and this is why I feel like it wasn't PGI that initiated. It just feels scummy. Is I feel like it was a total cash grab, and that's not. I haven't felt that feeling at all with the DLCs for Mercs. I felt like they were appropriately priced. You were getting value, and again, goes back to value proposition. And there is a weird thing like, the relationship between a developer or in any case a business and their customers. Like, do you overvalue stuff and you're just trying to rip your entire, like, for instance, freaking MWO packs being still $70 is ridiculous, right? And
here's the thing about that, and I know many people don't want to hear, but when your audience is like extremely small, like sometimes lowering the price of the base product will not generate you more revenue.
And that's what he said. Russ said on the podcast. He said they have to have higher sales.
I do believe him. Like when it comes to that, it is like not the best thing. It is lame, but like that's what they feel like they have to do. Like me personally, I was never a fan of like anything outside of cosmetics being monetized. And when cosmetics are monetized, then I don't really care what their price is.
But that
like I wouldn't care if the price of a specific cosmetic is like $100 because it doesn't really impact gameplay in any way.
But that model wasn't around until many years after MW had started, and
not quite, but like he basically kind of like said that it's only like the big games that can do that, like League of Legends like monetizing only cosmetics, or Dota
because you also disagree
only cosmetics because they have but you can monetize cosmetics like more expensively, but maybe that's not what they thought it was not going to be enough. Maybe that's true, but it's just how it is, like from their perspective. I disagree with it, but whatever.
I think we're in agreement there, other than I think when MW was created, it was literally just a World of Tanks clone, and then they never really updated the monetization model.
People right now, if they're uncertain what kind of game they're playing, you're essentially playing like World of Tanks, but with mech skins.
Yeah. And the OG World
I
of
know
Tanks.
many will disagree with this.
No, that's
the game that you're playing right now.
It was literally
the game that
and the
you're playing
monetization model, which it's funny because World of Tanks is actually, because it was a bigger game and more successful, has updated some of their monetization aspects, whereas MWO has not as well. So I was going to ask you, someone, cosmetics make money when your player base is 100,000. Obviously, I know you don't like the word niche, but I do feel like in the statement by EG7, I feel like EG7's statement of like,
they didn't use the word.
No,
but they didn't. They used the a second. They used the word core audience. They didn't expand, quote unquote. They didn't expand their core audience. They didn't say the game was
but you know what's funny is like
something else.
It didn't meet expectations and it didn't expand the core audience. Isn't that the same thing? Because it's like
I think it is.
Your core audience is going to buy the game. So what they're basically saying is it didn't really grow. But if Mercs, do you wonder if they were projecting more sales from this than Mercs? Like, because in their report it said our projections are 1 million copies sold.
I think they definitely put more effort into creating like a more approachable experience. Like I said, like for example, when you just started Clans as a game, like you started in FPS mode, and then people go, "Oh, what is this like control scheme?" It was not super polished. It was not as polished as it would be as like if I would be developing, like having a mech achieve 100% acceleration in both directions as soon as you press the other click. click. It's just mind-boggling to me why they did that like in the first place. But there is a way to implement that system like without that being the case.
Sure.
We talked about it as soon as we saw the trailers. Like that's one of the things. And then people are like, Magic is over obsessing over nothing. Okay, Magic is over obsessing over nothing. Whatever. But you know, go ahead.
No, I'm just smiling because it's like, you know, like yeah, I mean the FPS control. Look, I mean,
one more thing. Sorry, Hulk interrupted, but wanted to say one more thing. Just they also implemented another system, which is also kind of like, you know, leaning towards what I was saying earlier, that they try to implement more new player friendly features, like the overheating system. Like now, when you push your overheat past 100%, your mech no longer shuts down, and that's like so much more friendlier towards new players. Yeah, it's just your weapons like being shut, and I think that's fine. I think they could have optimized that a bit more so it's not exploitable, like Beef showcased at one point, because it was like extremely exploitable.
Yes,
but like that's another thing that they did to make the game more approachable. In general, like the overall bigger linearity, make it like less daunting than like when someone looks at the map. What do I do? Where do I go? What do I buy? You know, like
course,
they tried their best in their own way to make the game like as approachable as it can be. But still, like in its essence, it was still Mercs.
Yeah. Yeah, gameplay wise, yes, 100%. Yeah, man, I don't know. I think the $1 million question or multi-million-dollar question is if you're PGI, because I think we asked him this years ago on a podcast, and he said as much. That's like what is, or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe this is just a conversation I've had, but like, what is the
what is what?
How do you make successful? Like what finds PGI
this is so
success?
annoying. This is so fucking annoying because like here's the thing. Like I said earlier, you can make a successful simulation game and you can make a successful arcade game. It really doesn't matter. You can make like any genre successful if you know how to execute the game design.
Sure.
Well, it's more about the execution than it is about, oh, do I pick to make a new Mech Assault or do I pick to make like I don't know.
But do you think that's how Russ
Steel
feels
Battalion with like super simulation stuff?
But
like
I feel like Russ, that's what annoyed you about the niche comment and him basically saying is, you're basically saying no, make a great game, which I agree. I've repeated that as well. But just where is his perspective? Like, why do you think he feels that way?
Because they got burned with MechWarrior Online. They felt like they needed to adhere to tabletop stuff so much that like whenever they made a step like in some other direction, they got like burned for it like so much. So they're trying to walk this fine line between like not offending a lot of like people who think that stock builds should be present like in all their games and equally as viable as everything else, and not being like really able to like push the game design in any direction because like it's freaking tabletop. Like we're making a tabletop game, but we're not making a tabletop. Like, what game are you making? Are you making a arcade experience? Are you making are you freaking making a tabletop game? Like I don't know. Or you can make a mix of things. Like that's fine. You can make a mix of things, but like try to make the elements more, I don't know, in line with one another, to avoid like even the game design's problem that we have with MechWarrior Online.
So you're saying it's
like
more
MechWarrior
of,
Online, even second.
You're saying it's more of MWO and trying to cater towards maybe they felt was the wider audience.
Trying
as far
to
as
cater
casual.
on too many sides at the same time, and that introducing like various flaws in terms of like game design. That's it.
Lance says, I want to touch this IP because we as fans are the worst. I don't think we're the worst, no. I do think we're fickle. I do think there's that. Yes. I wouldn't say the worst. I've seen other fan bases that I think are horrible, but
no.
Yeah, I mean, I just have concerns again with the EG7 thing. Usually, it takes a bit for it's January. It'll probably be April, May before, maybe even June before we see anything. DLC. Yeah, an actual DLC.
Oh, you mean I thought you were talking about EG7 reports.
Because I mean, like I said, I want a successor, but I also feel like in all this discussion, because like if I doubt Russ would hear it, but maybe another dev, it's like, I think what you're saying, I'm in agreement with it, which is there's a lot of lessons learned. And at the end of the day, I'm not saying I'm right. And I don't think Magic is saying he's always right. These are just our opinions. But there is something to be said about, I would say, the trip ups that PGI has faced in MWO, as far as a lot of it has to do with the lack of communication and understanding with community in general. Like, you know, like whether it's community warfare changes, whether it's coming out with Solaris and wasting millions of dollars in development on something that, you know, stuff like that, skill tree, obviously out of touch. And I use that language more of not insulting anyone. And again, that's another issue too, is some people just can't take any criticism. It has to be spoon fed to them. But looking at, you know, hey, I don't know, Magic, if they had people playtesting other than devs themselves. I'm assuming.
I remember when we heard that like, and I think you were there when I told that to Darren like previous year or something. Like I asked them to be more open about their development. Now I know that's a double-edged sword, but you know, letting people see not the missions, not the storyline content, but like the systems that underpin them, you know, the gameplay, the core gameplay, like early on would have, you know, allowed them like a little bit more leeway, a little bit more time to further develop it, and like, you know, like have some feedback from the broader community. Now that feedback probably could have been all over the place, but you could still like kind of coalesce some stuff into some direction. But like everything is done very much so behind closed doors, and then like everyone is scratching their head when like different feedback is starting to be received from the one that they expected. And it's, you know, just the nature of things when you like do things in a relatively small bubble. But then again, people might disagree with that. They will say that they have their internal testers, and they probably do, but I don't know. I don't think the net is wide enough. I really don't think so.
Well, I think if you look at the Cauldron, it's a good example of taking a community group and utilizing them the right way to help with things that, you know, it's like the collective whole and the amount of experience that the Cauldron brings versus one or two devs is, you just can't even compare that. Thousands upon tens, hundreds, probably hundreds of thousands of hours in MWO versus, you know, maybe 5,000, whatever it is. I think, you know, there's that. But even then, you've got people that do not like what the Cauldron has done, because in their, like, I mean, me and Heathen disagree. Sorry, Heathen, if you're there, but, and I disagree with him, where he just feels like, oh, you're just always.
I mean, sometimes I disagree with certain decisions of the
Cauldron.
Cauldron members that disagree with like internal Cauldron, that like even the vid is not gonna agree with like every direction that is being taken. But that's perfectly fine. At least like there is some discussion between the community and like the Cauldron and like internally.
So is that usually
about changes that are being made?
Is that representation though? And as far as the issue I've always had with the Cauldron, now it's got a public Discord, you can hop on there, but you would like to think that there are very casual people represented there, blah blah blah, and so, but at the end of the day, I think having a group there that can facilitate that middleman and also like, for instance, if I ask Naveed or you, like, hey, why was that change made? For the most part, 99% of the time, you can articulate. Every once in a while, you may disagree, but you can at least articulate, like, hey, the reason why, even
is XYZ.
Yeah, XYZ. Like, this is why. Now, and then the other, someone who, and we hate it because usually it turns into a skill, like, oh, we'll just get good or whatever. And it sucks because sometimes that is very true and no one wants to hear that. Basically, it's like, well, get rid of.
Trust me, there was a lot of discussion on Cauldron Feedback Discord in terms of, and I think like this is an important also discussion to have, even though I don't think like, and this is not a good thing for me to say this is a Cauldron man, but I think like even some Cauldron men agree with me. Balance is not the be all end all. It is important, but like MechWarrior Online, if it succeeds or fails, is not because of balance.
Yeah.
Or like, even you can bring back the Kodiak 3 from like the good old days, and it would still not be the reason why MechWarrior Online would fail or succeed. It's like all the other developmental reasons and hurdles that came along the way, like the failure to implement faction play, the waste of time on Solaris, like later the implementation of SubQ, I would say, in a very weird way, and like the player bleed off that results from that. So like there are way bigger reasons than
it's
like,
an easy
balance.
target
Balance
though.
is
It's an easy
important,
scapegoat. It's easy to point out like, and again, I respect Mal. I totally get it. He says, hey, they've driven hundreds of players off. That may be true, but
it's
how many
the skill tree,
how
like
many
the skill tree, like things like that.
How many players were driven off because of the skill tree, and then like soup queue without any adjustments to maps, spawn zones, group adjustments. Like group adjustments just happened as far as tonnages, and it took when did we start? 3 years, over 3 years. And so is that the player base? Is that the Cauldron's fault? No, the Cauldron had nothing to do with like being able to. So I guess my point being is,
we were talking about the openness of development.
Yeah,
like
the imbalances.
It needs to be, there needs to be more open communication between like PGI and the rest of the community in terms of like stuff that they're developing. They don't have to disclose it all, but they have to show like the systems that they're designing.
That's supposed to.
I don't care who it is. I told them like this the last year, and I hopefully like they listen. If there is a new project, that they don't have to communicate to me privately. I don't care. They need to open it up to everyone. And I know the problems that it brings with them, but like they're not the only developer that communicates like their roadmaps or systems that are being baked like openly, and it can be done, and it was done in the past. So please.
Mao says the snippy overly combative replies from the Cauldron over these things told me all I need to know. They wanted us driven off, so off we went. Yeah, dude. Look, man, I'm not a Cauldron, like, one, I'm not even on there, as far as like I'm not a member, but I have to disagree with you on it, man. There's no Cauldroni like group saying, hey, like we just want these mech dads out of here. I think what's tough is I do think there's miscommunication, and I do think they're just people, and some of those people, I'll say it because no one else wants to do it. Some of them are dicks. Some of them are, and
I can agree.
But here's the thing, like, and I'm gonna call. No. Hold on. I'm gonna say something because I sorry, I can't hear Hulk. I've got to mute him. Sorry, Hulk. Ash, I like Ash. I mean, I'd buy him a beer. He'd probably cook me a steak. But him telling you the truth the way he does sometimes will rub the majority of people wrong.
Yeah, it comes across
and
very,
he is not meaning to, he's a super sweet guy. But my point being is, there are, so then you ask, like, okay, and this is the problem with communication, though, Magic, is the Cauldron is a representative of the community, but the Cauldron's also a representative of PGI because of their position. So when you have any Cauldronis, whoever you want to call, Cauldron members that are like that.
The association
it doesn't matter.
Is made,
and so,
of course.
So that's where Mal, I think, is coming from. He's like, well, then they had it out for us. They didn't want us there. They didn't listen. But then on the flip side, you would think that maybe sometimes those individuals would be like, oh, actually, like
there would be no Cauldron feedback Discord if that was really the case.
Or the fact of how many people,
and people wouldn't even spend like a minute interacting on the forums. Like Nevid probably loses hair.
Well,
interacting on the forums sometimes. But
how many people think like the amount of ideas that I hear told about gameplay, like, oh, why don't they just do this? And I just have to bat my eyes and be like, no, did you not? That sounds cool, maybe in a tabletop, but what are you talking? So everybody has an idea. And I'm guilty of this. I'm 100% fucking guilty of this. So I'm not going to take myself out of this pool. Just because I have an idea doesn't mean I'm right, and doesn't mean it fits. And so
sometimes, here's the thing. Sometimes the idea itself is not even wrong necessarily. But the thing is, like, when you congregate stuff, like the stuff needs to be moving in roughly the same direction. That's like, that can be sometimes a problem with, like, let's say, a little bit more open style things like in decision making, because you'll have like things pull into 10 different directions, and there is no solid path, and then that can create like different kinds of problems. But sometimes the idea is like plainly wrong. Sometimes the idea is just pushing in other direction where you would have to like adjust like these 500 other things to kind of move it. And
I've heard
so that it looks like something sensible.
I've heard so many, and Mal, the only reason I'm not calling you out, but the only reason I'm referencing is because you were making statements. How many times have I heard a player in my chat say something, and without knowing that whatever change they recommend would negatively affect them, like for instance, get rid of X, Y, or Z, in the thinking that is what separates good players from bad players, and they're thinking if that goes away, then the good player or the really good players are going to get nerfed. And I'm like, oh no, you're misunderstanding. If you do that, you just created an even bigger gap of skill that the really good players, guess what, are still going to be really good players. And I do feel like in this community, and it hasn't been as toxic as back in the day, but we did have a certain point in time, and it was way before the Cauldron, the GG close and sort of toxic behavior of groups. It did drive people away, and I totally understand, and I don't believe in that, especially in a small community, and that's why I try to stand up as best I could for that, up on my step stool. But look, at the end of the day, I think what the Cauldron, at least in essence, is it's like what CCP does with, or it tries to do with like EVE Online, where they basically bring in community members to be a part of a council, and that council is supposed to be representing the people. And why that's nice is during this entire conversation, none of you guys, no one in chat, neither me and Magic, have said, you know who used to be blamed for everything? Paul or Chris or and what I think that's a good thing is it takes that deflection off the team.
It takes a lot of heat.
Yeah,
it takes a lot of heat.
That's good because people don't realize like, oh well, why didn't they read my thread, dude? Back when the forum, back in the day when it was really active, like there wasn't a time in the place for one person to read every single thread, and you were expecting a lead developer or whoever to like be able to sift through. It's blah blah. And of course, like I said, community is and
there is something to be said about like congregating and collecting feedback, like across, like if you see like a certain theme or a post like appear more than once, then
sure, you
do kind of have to acknowledge it. Like sometimes it may be wrong, but you may ask yourself like, why is this coming up? Is there like an underlying reason behind this, and what is that underlying reason? Like, but yeah, go on.
Pipe says, apparently I've become an MW player after the Cauldron subject. Can someone hold on, what are we talking about?
Go ahead.
No, I was just basically trying to, my point being is, with bringing up the Cauldron was, it's a way to take feedback and just, I said this in the past, what I wished when I was doing quirks that I would have been able to have something like that. Literally, when I started doing quirks, spoiler alert if you didn't know, I was the one who implemented them at the very beginning. It was me. And that's why you got like 1,000 cooldown on like the quick draw by accident, because I was remote connecting in and put an extra 0 and didn't know. I wish I would have had players that were really stupid good at the game. And here's why. They can tell you, and this is how I look at the difference. Well, Phil, you don't cater a game towards good players. You're 100% right. But what you do is you ask those really good players, why are you doing X, Y, or Z? Or how are you breaking this? Or how is this better than this option over here? And that's how I look at the Cauldron being. It's a really good set of players with a lot of knowledge and knowledge behind the scenes. Like the amount of you nerds out there that actually have no idea what you're talking about. And then you start talking, what I'm specifically talking about is like, including me, start talking to Naveed how things actually work from the design behind the scenes of like, how does this work or how does that work? And you realize like, oh, there's a level of nerdage that you are not exposed to, and that's the reason why things are the way they are. Also, it just sort of helps you deflect again from the developers taking all the heat, where you could be like, oh, if you don't like it, we'll go to your representative, the Cauldron members, blah, 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 and argue, if you will, or discuss why you feel like X, Y, or Z. But how many people, let's just say you had a really good idea, Magic, whatever it is, what was one thing? The hybrid system, right? That you were talking about with Matchmaker or whatever, right? Like, you can argue till you're blue in the face of why it's a better system, but the Cauldron can't do anything because they don't have any engineers, and it doesn't really matter anyways. And there's
They're not the
blah, blah,
ones
blah.
that can implement it.
Right.
Yep.
So, but how many people have ideas like that they go to, and the Cauldron's like, it's like, nope, not going to happen. And they're just like, well, the Cauldron hates us, blah, blah, blah. So anyways, man,
I think just to kind of summarize it, I don't think like Cauldron was the best like analogy towards like when I talked about like PGI being more open as a developer, like you can have community being open about development of the game. Like community may influence like balance decisions, but like when it comes to development, it's like purely on the side of the developer, and developer needs to be the one that's kind of communicating that and opening themselves to like trying to kind of bring closer their development cycle to players. I know not everyone does that, and you don't have that with all the companies. Like the not doing that is also like fully legit, but like seeing what we've seen so far and the history of it, I do think like PGI as a company would benefit like more from doing that than vice versa.
well, it's like, imagine if you will, if Clans comes out, all the influencers, content creators are like, hey, you know, we like this, but you know what, this would be blah, 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 this, blah, blah, blah. Ideally, what you'd like to hear from a dev is like, hey, actually, that would be a lot of scope on this one, but hey, this is a really good idea over here. Let's go ahead and implement that and blah, blah, blah. I mean, that's ideally
like, for example, in Clans, we got the Mech Commander view.
Yep.
That was awesome.
Yep.
That was good.
Yep.
Like as long as it works properly, but yeah, that was nice. That was one of the best additions to the game, and I like that's something that PGI nailed. We should have gotten that in Mech 5 Mercs as well, but a separate thing. You can clearly see that they saw that feedback and they worked on it. They included it, and that's good. But like there's many of the other things that can also be like changed similar to that, if like that feedback was listened to and if it was pointed out like more clearly.
So let me ask you, Magic. Right now, after the discussion we've had, do you feel that, as of right now, do you suppose we're going to get a successor to MWO? Like, what's your gut feeling?
I just don't know.
Just don't know.
Like, it's kind of hard to say. We're gonna have to wait to see how the upcoming DLCs perform before like we have any conclusion on that. And I don't think I have a feeling like there is a good chance they can do just all right, but there is also a chance that like because the base game sales were so low that the DLC model is not just gonna not gonna be able to sustain itself. Yeah.
Are you excited? I'm excited if we get them mod tools. Tori has said that is going to happen. We've seen some people do some pretty cool stuff with mercs. But now that we have some type of, and by the way, there is someone out there that has created a server. I don't know if you guys know this, to be able to play.
I know for mercs. For mercs,
yeah. I wonder, do you have any hopes of, because I look at it as I would love.
It's doable. Like the only limitations, like I said, in Clans is because like PGI to 5 people is because PGI like didn't design the UI to accommodate more than that. It is a valid question to like how much you can push the peer-to-peer system before it starts like breaking.
Well,
but
I think
from my brief testing, like
he had a
from
server.
What I've played. Yeah.
The guy had a server.
You can have a server as well. You can have a server as well. But like even if PGI stick with the peer-to-peer system, they didn't want to like implement dedicated servers. Like how doable that would be. And I feel like from what I've played in the DLC, like even with peer-to-peer networking, even with people connecting from like across the continent, it was doable. It was more than doable. But like they would need to expand on it, and I don't think they will.
Jester said, I heard a rumor that PGI were under license to use CryEngine for PvP. I'd be pleased if that was expired until late. No, that's 100% false. No, that has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, completely false. Yeah. And probably super out of date.
Yeah, so, that has nothing to do with
anything regarding CryEngine, yeah.
I just have hopes of maybe, just maybe, Beef says Dark Age #2. Maybe. I just have...
Sorry to interrupt you. I'm just gonna say I'm not really afraid of Dark Age, because if really like all the options went down, I think the community would kind of self-organize.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. No, that's I literally talked about this I think on Tuesday when I got back. I said if the tools come out and it's and by the way, Tori has stated the tools are much improved from mercs to clans as far as to being able to create things. If that's true, and then you have the ability where there is peer-to-peer, and then someone is smart enough to create a server like that one guy on mercs, which is that...
It is doable. It is more than
so,
doable. Like,
so
it's
then,
not like
and then why not just do, like, why not have a community come together? And again, Living Legends, I know there's still guys out there that were part of the second team that just didn't go anywhere. I would love to revitalize and have something where the community does not have to wait on a developer. And if that means some type of, I mean, because really, realistically, like Living Legends was basically a PvP game, but I can see it also as a PvE, PvP experience with, like, you know, it's basically a shooter MOBA, really, at that end of the day, if you really break it down. It is. I mean, if you think about it, like, but, and that's not a problem. Yeah, I would love to rally. I mean, I don't know how much interest there would be from other community members and other content creators to really get behind something like create something that's open source, or you've got a team that can put in hours when they can, and it's got a, you know, repository and move forward. And you got, obviously the cool thing with mercs and clans, like you have, because of how their license agreement is, as far as their, not a license, you can basically utilize all of PGI stuff as long as you're doing mods. So you and that's where I always looked at, when I was talking to Living Legends guys, I was like, I feel like you guys just need to be a little bit more patient. I know you don't, you know, they were wanting answers now. They, you know, felt they were, you know, blah, 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 blah. And like, just be patient. I know I've told that to Navid too. I remember specifically talking to him about that. But I'd love to be able to have a community come together and create something with the tools that's released. And if that's possible, man, I mean, cause really you break it down like, okay, well, what would you try to achieve? Well, how about a team A versus team B with creep and a simple conquest ticker like Battlefield, right? Like, and you'd have tanks that were controlled by simple AI, and they're not super dangerous, but they're dangerous enough if you ignore them. And, you know, I mean, it's just one of those things where, like, that's how I look at it. And I'm still very pessimistic getting something up and running in the first step. The technical issues, community issues are easy to handle in a small community, but for the larger community, you need an actual robust design to handle cheating exploits. Yeah, I mean,
think those are all valid reasons.
Sure.
But like cheating, for example, like if you're creating your own matches, if you're inviting like people to join your own match, like you can handle cheating even without like anti-cheat. If you notice something is being like a little bit too fishy, you can always just kick them out yourself.
Yeah.
And that's it. Like it was done in the past. Like I remember hosting like CS 1.5 servers, and like there was no, you know, server anti-cheat. Like if someone starts like doing silly shit or suspicious shit, you just fucking kick them out, and that's it.
And I get,
but yeah, it's a separate thing. Like on if someone wanted to design a matchmaker, but I don't think like a matchmaker is even necessary. But that's a like entirely separate.
Like
topic.
imagine if you just had again, I always fall back to it, reminiscent of like Living Legends, where you have servers that are up or operational 24/7. Even Battlefield back in the day, Battlefield 2 servers, and you join a server. Maybe this one was hardcore, and you know, like, you know, or this one was, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I look at. I don't know what the future holds for PGI. I do have concerns. I do have, I don't think the sky is falling, but this is the first time we've seen anything like this, publicly at least. And I agree with you.
It didn't happen to PGI. It happened to like other studios on the EG7. I do have to specify that.
And the only reason I think PGI didn't get the full was because they've actually done something at least, whereas I think the other ones were just not. So, So, Navid, I know is still, I get it, but there's also a little bit different. Speaking, Navid, of like if you get the right people and you get a core little team going and people can contribute and help here or there, and you don't have the issues of what you ran into with mercs, you know, where updates were coming out. I learned a lot like from Tori, where basically you can mod, use the, I forget the technical term, you'd have to correct me, but basically where like you can load in your stuff before, and then that way it's not affected by anything they do if they make changes you know, I'm a bit jaded, as Phil knows. Yeah, a bit. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, I remember like talking me and him used to have discussions, and dude, he was just like, he's so fired up. It was like Navid 1.0, just
I don't blame him.
No, but it was one of those where like it's reminiscent now that I've had time. It's reminiscent of like the comp community having a pitch fit because we didn't have servers yet, and the devs are like, hey, it's on our radar, we just have other stuff to work on, just please be patient. And it's like, no, we want it now, we want it now, we want it now. And then like I remember talking to Navid, and you know, it was like, yeah, you did mod too. And I was I tried to talk you off the ledge, man. Just be patient and just but and I know it was super frustrating, but I mean, you did create one of the most exciting mods I think out there that you know, and again,
and PG, I didn't learn anything from it.
But do you
from that mod as well?
I asked that. Let me ask. I'm gonna ask you.
Stagnation. It's just stagnation.
I got a juice.
All over the place.
I got a juicy one for you. Okay, I asked this earlier on, and I didn't really get a response. Obviously, if there's no stopping anybody from coming and doing getting a license from Microsoft, right? Unless there's a exclusivity deal that we don't know about. No other studio step it up. My argument is, and I'm just going to say it, Magic, hypothetically speaking, PGI moves on or fails and has to move on. Is that a good thing or a bad thing for the community and MechWarrior?
I don't want to sit on the fence or in the middle. I think like it can be both. Really, it really depends if something like if the community is able to congregate together and like make something happen after that.
Do you feel
that's a big if?
Yeah, but I like that's like saying
if that is true, then like it might be even better. But then again, no one really knows. Like it's really hard to say. Like you're putting me on the spot here, but
it's
like,
just a question.
You just can't like. There's too many unknowns.
Well, here
when it comes to that.
Here's my thing. I have no expectations about the DLCs other than what I've seen now in clans, and I don't think it'll move the needle at all. I'm making that statement because it's just like how every single DLC in Mercs, you know, I know people were saying I'm being negative about it. It's like, well, the proof is in the pudding. Like, I'm not going to say clans is going. I remember saying this, like clans, I hope it's good, but at the end of the day, the only thing I've seen is from Mercs, and Mercs did not wow me at all. So if I look at PGI, maybe the early stages, I think it'll be very telling this year of 2025. And here's also the other thing. This is just me talking and speculating. I don't want people to lose their jobs, guys. But I do wonder, and it's been in the back of my head a while, is the community better off with another developer stepping up? But the question is, who would do it and when would they do it? And then the other question is, if no one does it, can the community rally together and do it?
That's all valid. I mean, that's all fine. But that's a lot of ifs, you know? That's too many ifs for someone
we have
to,
we have a lot of ifs right now.
Answer.
I mean, just as a fan, you have a lot of ifs. I do. I have a lot of just what? Like, what is, you know, I don't know. Only if Larian gets the franchise, otherwise everything else is going to be crap. I don't know who that is.
No, they're definitely capable developers outside, but I think like there is a lot of problems when it comes to industrialization of the gaming industry in a way, and like you saw that with the 8-10-10 rule. Oh my god, so annoying.
It's true though.
But
it's very true in the case.
It is true. It is fucking true. It's so annoying to even know about it, but yeah, like you see developers trying to, you know, squeeze out the most amount of money from like the least amount of effort, like essentially put in, and very, very limited degrees of innovation because of that. Like it's like 80% stays the same, 10% is improved, and 10% is, you know, off. Like seriously, just I get it. I get where you're coming from. I know like everyone dreams to be like the next Call of Duty that has like a yearly like release date almost, and like you're basically releasing the same game but with like slightly different like settings. You know, it's just like everyone is trying to achieve that cycle, but it's not doable. Sometimes you're better off like trying to do something new and trying to deliver on it instead of just basically stagnation. There is no other way to frame it, really.
Because you can make a good game, a good MechWarrior game that caters towards like the core audience, and if it's a good game, it'll attract other people, but it may not attract millions upon millions of people, but that's okay, isn't it? I mean, you know, like, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Yeah.
You don't have to make a game for quote unquote everyone, but you also don't have to make a game for the quote unquote core audience. I'm not gonna use the N word.
Do you think
like you're making a game, like you're making a game, like and like you adhere to game design principles of whatever genre you're developing a game in, and you're trying to make that game the best game like it can be. You're not necessarily developing for the quote unquote core audience.
No, what
like
I'm saying is
it's
like
annoying. It's really annoying.
You can make a game.
This.
Yeah, you can make a game that's a heartthrob to the community, but it also can fail. Like if it's just not enjoyable, or if you, like for instance, Clans it did not do well because they didn't provide. They talk alien a lot and use terms, and you have no idea what they mean. You know, like you have no idea what a lot of this stuff is. And to me, what that means is a failure to explain those things, or at least have a freaking glossary afterwards, like MechManner did, or something like that. Like, what does a Stravog mean? What does a free birth mean? You know, why is contraction such a big deal? Or why are they, you know, taking, like, what is, you know, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So I know Beef and a few others are in chat. Yeah. I think honestly think the best way.
Go ahead.
Honestly, think the best way for a MechWarrior to survive is to stick to the old MechWarrior 2 4 days, storytelling through text and VO without expensive cinematics. I don't think that's I don't think that's.
I'm sorry. I don't want to laugh, but like,
I don't think that
if you try to develop like a game that was designed like in the early like 90s or like even mid 90s, early 2000s, and try to push that in 2025 without like any changes to it, essentially like just bringing that game with like updated graphics, I think you would be in a world of surprise when it comes to how something like that would perform.
I think the missing link.
I wish that happened just so that like one can. I'm not gonna say I told you so, but like
no,
that's partially like what PGI was doing in a way. If you take a look at their design, like you can't really make that same claim, but they've been developing like I feel like very close to that like baseline.
Well,
and I'm not like entirely certain that it fully worked out.
So you have Clans that is completely linear story. It didn't meet expectations of sales from EG7 standpoint, probably not from PGI. Okay. You had Mercs that I've stated is as wide as an ocean, but as, you know, shallow as a puddle. Not a lot of depth, you know, there, blah, blah, blah. And then you have MWO.
Which has its own set of problems.
Yeah, but no, my point being is you have 3 different products that are catering to 3 different audiences. I think the smart play here is Mech 6 has to be, you bring everybody home. Having a
consolidate,
have everybody come home, make a PvE co-op experience. I mean, I don't know if you waste the time on creating an actual like linear story aspect. I don't know if Helldivers or like stuff where my point is like your complaint in your own
necessarily to anything else, because once again I still like a lot of people like focusing on chasing trends.
No. I'm saying
that can be a big mistake on its own. They could create like their own unique like
hold on, hear me out. My
gameplay loop style, whatever. You know,
my point to bringing up Helldivers is more of just you I'm playing and I'm joining you, I can progress myself. It's not just I'm in your experience and then I don't my time is pretty much wasted other than I got to see X, Y, or Z. That's what I'm sort of saying is like that aspect of it. Other games have it as well. Warframe, you name it. But this, and then you have online aspects, you have PV, co-op. That's why like I was sort of optimistic when Darren and Matt were talking about DMZ, and it's like, oh, okay, extraction shooter, how would that work? Or at least the idea, the idea of like, or you know, some type of Battlefield like experience or something like that. But I think they've created 3 different products, and I think it's fair to say, would you agree with this, that the story-driven experience was the one that performed the least, and so. Maybe, just maybe.
I don't think that's necessarily relevant in a way. I don't think like it's once again it's more about the execution than like storyline experience.
But we're talking about
like
PG, but we're talking about PGI here. Like I think it is very relevant because like for the statements that you made, yes, ideally execution would be like we wouldn't be having this conversation if execution was amazing and clans was the next best thing to sliced bread. But it's always about execution then. So then it's very relevant of how Russ has stated that he only focuses on one thing. Can they focus on a product that has all 3 elements, or is it better to focus on 2 elements or 1 element? I guess that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think that's completely fair. I think that's entirely fair. But you can't just like simply put it out. Oh, they didn't do well because they designed like a linear storyline experience game. You know, you can't or like if they happen to design like a PvP game and then the game like doesn't do well, then oh, it's the fault because they tried to design like a PvP. And no, not really. Once again, like it really depends on execution and like the core gameplay loop, the game design principles that were applied during the making of that game, and like many other factors that can kind of be involved in that. Like it's not just they made this type of game and therefore that game bad, therefore that game failed,
Sure.
Like it's but like trying to separate all that, and when even the developer is unable to like sometimes sift through feedback and like will most likely learn the wrong conclusions. Like it's just annoying, but yeah.
Linear story DLC did well for Merc, so it's hard to say people don't want that experience. Well, then I'm going to counter with this though, Tori. I thought all the DLCs were just not good. What Hatchman's literally running at you in open ground and just dying. Like the story. You mean me having to read 4 paragraphs and then.
Yeah, with some deal, I'm glad that they did improve that in Clans, no doubt. But like, I remember it being quite annoying. It really felt like reading a book, and I do read books. I do read like a lot. But like seeing that in a game is just like, come on, like really.
Yeah. Now, granted,
please.
I know why it was done that way is because that's the tools that were available to. Yeah. Like,
yeah.
Okay, got that. It was a skeleton crew doing it. Total respect as far as that, I understand. But like. That's where I have a problem with, like, to me, it wasn't good. Like, not just.
But maybe Tori has a point. Maybe it was good enough for over
for sales.
Time in terms of sales.
But that goes back to like, are we on an island? Are we not? Are we not?
I don't think we're entirely on an island, because like in that case, like Clans would have done better. Like I don't know.
No, what I'm saying is, are we the like? Remember me and you were struggling with the idea that I specifically remember this. We were like, well, maybe Mercs has actually done better than MWO, and you were like, there's no fucking way. And then Russ comes on the podcast, he's like, actually, Mercs has made over the period of time just as much, if not more money than MWO, and we're like, what? Like, how is that even like? Because me and you don't like that experience, that gameplay loop. And I think a lot of MechWarrior BattleTech fans do. I mean,
that can happen. You can be in your own bubble, and it's not like exclusive to anyone. Like it's like you could be wrong. You could be wrong, but that's kind of
like you look at the most successful stuff for BattleTech. like granted, the base game had a lot of issues, had a lot of performance issues. I think a lot of people forget about that. It wasn't the game it was supposed to be. And then mods, BTA, Rogue Tech, there's a few others. And that's excelled. So then, but what is that? That's pretty much, it's the you can do anything and be anything you want to do. You go take missions, you build up your unit, and you take on crazy odds. Sometimes, you blah, blah, blah. And I feel like that's sort of similar to what Mercs is. Maybe that's why it's successful. And then Clans comes along and it's like, hey, you don't get any of that. And it's like, is that what the majority of people want? I don't know. Get the
and once again, I don't think like it's like there's a majority of people that want something specifically. They're there to play a good game, and if they think it's a good game, they'll play it.
That's fair.
Once again, we come back to the quote unquote the famed audience problem. Like, where is the audience? What is the audience? Like, who do we cater towards? Like, what do we do about that? Once again, design a good game. Audience will come if it's good enough. But sometimes, and I think like this applies, sometimes it's not enough to have just a quote unquote a good or an okay game, Sometimes that's just not going to be enough on its own. Sometimes you have to excel like beyond that point.
Pipes, do you really think the console crowd is going to buy a MechWarrior game? It's FIFA and COD and nothing else. No, I think that's a fair question. I think that's also something we haven't talked about. Magic is the fact of we are just inundated. Like 10 years ago, 20 years ago. I mean, the amount of games and titles that you had now and what it's fighting for your time. I mean, every title wants you to play. That's why it struck me as so odd of seeing the DLCs, if you a DLC for Clans doing what they did. And I'm like, but this doesn't fit into your game properly. Like it's just, you want us to come back and do this arena mode and this, but like, it's not like it's part of your story. Like, hey, after this battle at whatever, Dame.
Why are you looking at it after this battle? Why is it not just expanded functionality of the game?
Yeah, like maybe like, hey guys, we're gonna be traveling and it's gonna be a few months. We want you to go get some training time R&R and blah blah blah, and maybe some scenarios, blah blah blah. You don't have any of that. It's just, hey, come play Clans again. And it's like for that, and then you try it where I stream it because it was a sponsored stream as well, and we weren't able to complete the mode. We had bug after bug, and bug. And on that too is it's a long game mode. So you've just wasted 25 minutes. You just wasted 40 minutes. Oh, there's 10 minutes. Oh, we're only in for 2 minutes and we have a bug. So then it was that. And it's like, it didn't bring anything back to the campaign of like the whole point. And unfortunately, none of the missions were varied. It's not like you're going to see different AI mechs or what. You can literally play the exact same thing and know where they drop out from the freaking dropship every single time. I mean, and now your argument could be like, well, yeah, but so was Mech 2, 3, 4. Yes, it was. But that's sort of my point is like, we have so low expectations as fans that, like, I don't know, like, and I've said this, I don't know. I'm sure I've said this publicly. I think what Clans is the best what PGI could deliver, but I also agree that when Ferret said they basically discovered mocap and what that could be, and they didn't spend any other time on like anything else. And it sucks because I know Tori and maybe another dev are like listening, and they're like, "That's not true. We did X, Y, or Z on AI or this or that," and then it's like.
I do have to. I have a lot of respect for Tori, of course, but I remember talking about this like before, like Clans was released, and saying that the gameplay was basically the same in terms of like how the AI behaves and how like how they target you, how the difficulty is handled. And some people were like convincing me, no, it's like it's changed. It's not the same as Mercs. Well, in the end, like
it's same
did
as
turn out the same as Mercs.
Yeah. And actually,
yeah, the linear mission design does alleviate that to some extent because you can, put triggers. You're no longer dependent on on like AI spawning in dynamic places and then kind of tuning that around the player. Now you have like a little bit more precision to do like certain things, but it was still
in
like
a way,
Mech 5 Mercs.
In a way,
design
it was
in there.
It was even, and in some way, I would even say it's even worse because there's two different things. You have open world, you drop in one corner, your objective may be on the other side of things, so you can go left or right, or you can do whatever, go right down the middle and mercs. Even though big or small map, it didn't really matter. Generally speaking, you could approach from a different. And because the problem with mercs is, again, wide as a ocean, deep as a puddle, there was no tactics involved. There was no strategies. There was no like realistic scenarios of like, certain targets, patrols, alarms going off, QRF actually being a QRF and not just like instantly on your head, vehicle spawning. There was issues that had with mercs. But then on the flip side, on clans, it was almost worse because every single, like you could replay, it was the exact same, like there wasn't a whole lot of choice on a lot of the missions. You were pretty much just funneled into one direction. And one of the annoying parts I had was, they got rid of spawning. No, they didn't. It was right in front of you. They were just in the buildings instead. These buildings you couldn't destroy or do anything about. And so it's no tactics, no strategies. Here's the strategy in clans. Click, delete. That's what it is. That's basically it's load up on the biggest alpha, and just melt things in one or two shots. Or if you're beef, one-shotting things, the dire star. So yeah.
Regarding that functionality, I do think that's something that they did for new player friendliness in general. But yeah, it's exploitable.
Why not use the old FMV and real actors? It's cheaper and faster. Plus, it helps the realism and immersion. I think you're 100% incorrect as far as it's cheaper and faster. Like I think things have changed. I don't think that's necessarily true. Because you're making a statement saying for a fact that it's cheaper and faster.
The thing is, they would probably still have like all the other elements like done in like some kind of 3D software, and then they would just have the actors kind of,
which is
like
what they already did
know.
anyways. But they did it with
it kind of they just didn't like.
Well, they used in-game
actors,
graphics.
They used mocap. For it.
But also
That's
too is
kinda...
like it's like but that's not what made or breaked clans. That was actually the one thing that was probably the huge improvement over.
That was good.
Mercs.
That was good. Not having to read books and having a story narration.
Cool.
Like that's good.
Awesome. And I think they could have done improvements. I said this in my review video, like on the mission briefing, seeing them actually interact and talk instead of all you see is their waist, and that would have been so much better.
I think the mission briefing was all right. It could have been better, but I think like especially when you compare it to Mercs.
Yeah, no, I know, but I'm just saying is like it could have been. They could have.
It was an improvement.
Yeah, they could have stepped it up. Yeah.
It was an improvement.
And then
for sure.
like so, like clans. We talked already about like why, from my perspective or their perspective. Again, there are people that think clans is 100% the best thing ever and is the best MechWarrior game ever. Well, like it or not, the market disagrees with you as far as like it being a success.
But then you're gonna hear cop-outs like, oh, but there was not enough marketing, or niche audience, and nothing you do can ever like breach like a certain target.
Well, isn't that a problem of more of just management and leadership of saying understanding? Like, I mean, look, the buck stops.
It's tiring. It's really tiring. It's just so tiring. It's incredibly tiring.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit annoyed and a little bit like, okay, guys, you say that. Like how can you counter that point? Like how do you counter that point even?
Well,
like the first point, the marketing is not true. Like there are games that came out with zero marketing, they still succeeded because they were exceptionally good, did something exceptionally well, and the word of mouth like spread, and like you didn't need much marketing to get
what maybe
to
a
lot of people's hands. But when it comes to the audience itself, how do you like, you say that MechWarrior has a small audience, so what then? Like every MechWarrior game is gonna perform badly as a result of that?
Yeah.
Then why even develop for it like, in the first place?
Well, because you need to pay
it's just dumb. It's just freaking dumb.
Yeah. No, I get what you're saying, and it goes back to the N word you were talking about, the niche word. Yeah, I will agree. Marketing is a weird thing, and I know people are like, "Oh, they should have just done marketing." I'm like, here's the thing: marketing has changed so much in 20 years, so much. Because marketing right now, your biggest marketers are YouTube. That hit full stop. YouTube is the thing, and then you could say because of content creators, but like there are people that create, like, you name it. If it's a good game, look at what was it? Hold on, let me.
If it's a good game, people will come. But like, I'm
gonna go to YouTube. I'm gonna type in MechWarrior 5. Hold on, Mercenaries review. Hold on, this may answer. Okay. At the top was MechWarrior 5. It's a bit shit. Oh, do you remember that? Like, that was the top thing.
Can you show your screen? Are you showing your screen?
Hold on. No, it was. Do you remember that when it came out?
Yeah.
But my point being is, this is your marketing material right now. This is how people find your stuff. And the review was, it's a bit shit. Hold on. The only reason I bring this up is, yeah, this one right here, 5 years ago by the Mighty Jingles, was the #1 review when people Google that. And so he basically said, the game is crap, but the gameplay as far as shooting giant robots is fun. But other than that, it's a bit crap. And so the reason I bring this up is, this is your marketing right here. If you make a good game and it's enjoyable, you don't. I guess my point being is, people say they should have paid for marketing.
It's gonna market itself to some extent.
Your marketing
or to a
is
major extent.
your marketing is without paying someone to make basically a fake review, which you can't do that. Good luck nowadays.
And Tori said something important in chat. Like, he said that clans had more marketing than mercs. I believe it. And I also remember that Russ last time, I think on your podcast as well, complained about like this segmented marketing of Mech 5 mercs, because they had like an EG7 release, then they had a Steam release, then they had console releases, and then they had like all the separate DLCs, and it's like really difficult to market for all that at the same time. This time it was like much more consolidated in terms of like its release schedule.
This
was insufficient.
This was Clan's marketing right here, as far as internal. This was them doing their own marketing. That's what this is. And then obviously we've got when we did it, the sponsorship. This was part of the sponsorship, by the way, was create a video. And this is marketing for games now. So that's why I feel like, I don't think people realize the amount of money how costly it is for, like, even just sponsored influencers. Like, you take Ko, for example. He's talked about it before. I remember watching his stream, and it was so funny because there was some developer asked him.
That shaking the head moment of
he was like
the Raider implementation.
Some dev was in chat and said something, and he stopped his stream and was like, "You can't afford me." I don't think people realize how big an influence some of these individuals are. And again, I'm not a big I'm a medium-sized YouTuber, right? I'm a small streamer. Very fortunate that I have, the community that I do because of you guys. Again, it's very rare. You don't see someone do this full time, usually with the viewership I have. Okay, it's very rare. My point being is, to pay someone who averages 1,000 or 10,000 viewers, I don't like marketing budget. Hold on, a case in point. Remember Mercs? When we did I did a sponsored stream, and they paid was it Apex Legend dude who had no fucking clue what the game was. And then EG7 report basically said they were in the negative on that one as far as the earnings. It's because the marketing team that they used to get these influencers spent so much money, the return on investment, because wrong audience members. And this is something me and Darren have talked about for years, back in the day, of like knowing like smaller content creators that are more towards like the content that you have in your game makes sense, right? Like if someone plays World of Tanks, probably a better fit for MechWarrior than going to Apex Legends, right?
Or something. Yeah.
So, but the thing about it is, a lot of these big streamers, influencers, have agencies, and so I don't know if you guys have noticed, some of them have been repeat customers because they probably have an agent and they'll stream X amount of times. They'll maybe create a video or two. So marketing has changed. And I remember doing, me and Darren did a test. This was a few years ago, so I think I can talk about it. We'll see. We did a test. Russ put Darren in charge of basically saying, okay, I'm going to give you a budget. We're doing this marketing campaign with this company, but I'm going to give you a budget and let's sort of see the numbers. Darren had like a fifth of the budget and blew the numbers away because why? He knew who the individuals were, right? And so my point being is, marketing is a very fickle thing. So anytime I hear someone say, well, they just didn't do enough marketing, create a good game.
It's like an
so
easy
complex.
scapegoat.
Yeah, it's so
it's an easy.
Yeah,
it's a
man.
freaking easy scapegoat.
It's so difficult.
It's just not enough marketing.
Yeah.
Or like the audience, like MechWarrior is a niche IP there for forever. Like,
it's not that easy.
Audience.
Yeah. It's so complex. But this is your marketing right here, is YouTube. It can, I mean, just man. But then with this, everybody and their mother, every game studio out there wants you to be playing their product 24/7. It is very rare. Not
always, not all. It depends on the game.
It is,
like some games are still designed like to sell like big numbers during its like initial opening week or something, and then like it tapers off.
It is very rare.
And then
most games nowadays, the developers want you in there. I mean, Game Passes, the
but not every game is designed like with the Game Pass in mind, and like you still have like quite a number of titles that are just like.
My point being is
one and done. Maybe some microtransactions.
Most live
services.
Sorry, live services. Publishers want it. I think some developers want it too, man. Look, at the end of the day, almost everybody out there, live service is there's thousands of games you can be playing. There's thousands. And they want you to be spending all the time here. So it's always a proposition for your time. Your time is you, me, Magic, everybody listening, you are the product here. We don't like to hear that, but that's what they're shooting for. So that's where also too is I felt like the DLC for Clans felt like a live service DLC. Like, hey, this adds, but it didn't add value because there was no integration into the thing that you played, which is this linear campaign. So it didn't really like fit at all. Splattercat, I love Splattercat, by the way. I've been following, subscribing, and 100%. Splattercat, another YouTuber, has a recent video on Mercs being fun sandbox, but not Clans. Yep. And if you look at BattleTech's success, how many people I've had in chat talk about BattleTech, the game HBS, and I say, hey, play the story, get through the campaign, and then download a mod. You're going to love BTA or Rogue Tech, one of the two, probably. There's like a few others, Bex and a few other, but those two. Why? Because it opens up things. Same thing with Mercs. The mods, there's a lot of mods. Not as extensive as Rogue Tech, by the way. And by the way, someone did point that out in that discussion we were having. I think it was Celestial. They were like basically saying is the mod tools have been out there for 5 years. My argument to that is they're very inaccessible because you basically have to learn Unreal Engine. So there's a task. And then on top of that, there was a lot of things hindered by the mod tools that didn't make modding of MechWarrior 5 Mercs easy and understandable. They released one video, by the way. There's one thing by a developer for MechWarrior 5 Mercs to show you how to, and this is how complicated it was, to show you how to string missions together. And I don't think anybody's ever really done it. I think, actually, I take that back. I think there might be a, the person that's redoing MechWarrior 2 or whatever. There's a whole series, but no one does it because it's so complex. Therein lies the problem I have is if you're basically needing to, as a developer creating mod tools, you almost have to create tools for the tools and make things easier, and or have, actually I would say that, because even if you have a very detailed thing, but it's super complicated and hard to understand. So I'm hoping the tools for clans has been improved.
I have to address like just one thing if you're done like with that. There's people claiming that there is like more competition now, and they're not wrong, but they also mentioned that a potential audience is also larger. That's also true. So let's not pretend that games don't die out over time, and that all those games that were there before are now all at the same time competing for the same audience. Like MechWarrior 2 is not competing for the same audience as MechWarrior 5 Clans.
Sure.
Like it's just not. So like that's not to say that they can't develop like a new game and now like even that minuscule like MechWarrior 2 audience is going to take away players from that. It's just not. And one can play like multiple games at the same time. Not everyone, but some people would, if they were interested in MechWarrior 2, most likely than not, if they learned somehow about the game, they will play like Mech 5 as well. Like if that's what they want to do. So like it's not entirely true that like there's so much more competition now and that like no one has the time. Everyone is fighting for your time. That was true at all times, but you can, if you create a good game, you will find the audience. Audience will find you.
YouTube
that's
is the marketing that I feel that if you make a good game and a good experience, dude, look at, I mean, MWO videos. Like, there's still an audience for that. Like, yes, you're not getting hundreds of thousands of videos per video. But
YouTube is doing a good job recommending it to people who are interested in it.
And so if you were to come out with clans and it was amazing and, you know, you could, even if it was, again, I say this, even if it was the linear storyline, but it was just so fucking jaw-dropping that you just had to replay it a few times and then maybe take a little bit of a break, but like, that's fine too. It's like MechWarrior. I play the exact same game of MechWarrior every single time. I know exactly what's happening. But it's so damn good that like I can make my own like rules. Now imagine if I had mod tools for those and, you know, blah, 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 it'd make it even better. But my point being is, you know, you don't really hear any, let's see, MechWarrior. And also I usually point this out, clans, Steam charts.
I'm searching for clans. I'm seeing like a lot of coverage, but like it's not,
you want to,
I don't know.
Hold on.
It doesn't seem like it's
MechWarrior 5 Mercs. Hold on. Steam charts. I did this last time. So if you look at Mercs and you look at clans, Mercs, 783 people, and usually peaks around 3 in the afternoon. That's generally speaking 3 in the afternoon. So that would be peak EU times, by the way. That's interesting. Let's look at clans. 783 as far as 39 minutes ago. 202.
I still think this is not like an entirely fair comparison. Because
I disagree.
Because like a linear storyline experience is essentially going to have less replayability than something like that.
I get that.
I think like what is more important is like the total amount of sales. But yeah.
True.
BattleTech 1.5K.
And BattleTech, if you look at and this is why I'm like the peak players. This has way more than MWO does. I think there's something to be said about, and again, peak EU time as well. And I think it, you know, like, I think that's when that is. So yeah, around, that's right. Yeah, that's peak EU as well. So there's something to be said about that experience for Mercs. And then
I'll be back in a minute. I just have to answer on a phone call.
I found MWO through YouTube and I played it a lot. Maybe PGI and Day One Studios still alive. Company should collab making a game. I don't know. I catch you guys later. Need to put social. Yep, sounds good, man. MechWarrior Online website. That'd be dope, man. I mean, again, I wish a part of me wishes we could have got the source materials for the original game. That would have been dope. You need to replay the game. I think longevity, is true. But I mean, look at like Elden Ring. That's not necessarily true, but there's challenges there. That's not necessarily true for like clans or whatever. But yeah, what is the peak? 5,500 peak? What's the peak?
I think the peak, like from what I've seen, is like relatively similar to Mech 5 Mercs, and like initially that gave me like an impression that the game might perform the same.
35,000, 26,000.
Oh, you're watching. I wasn't watching the stream.
Yeah, basically so Mercs had issues just because it was on EGS there for a period, but Splash in the wall, like here's Mercs, man. Mercs had 55 peak on Steam.
If you compare that to clans, that's like actually relatively similar.
Yeah, I know, but look at BattleTech, dude. I'm telling you, man, BattleTech 35,000, dude. Like. And by the way, it's hit peaks of like 5,700 again, which was the max. I think there's something to be said about your dude. I love BattleTech the game, which is surprising because you haven't fucking played it yet, which is insane. I will.
I watched a lot of people play, but I didn't play.
You're lying to
myself,
me, and you're lying to everybody out there. You're so full of
I
shit.
own the game. I own all the DLCs.
Yeah. My mom used to say something to me. She said, "You're so full of shit. Your eyes are brown." But here's the thing: turn-based tactical is still chugging along, and if like, wow, again, and I think a lot has to do with the mod scene here. But I don't think this would still be as popular as it was if it wasn't for the mods. But man, mods have added thousands of hours. Like, what am I up to? I just peaked. Where am I at? BattleTech.
HBFT still plays it, and I enjoy watching him play.
Yeah, it's such
plays like,
and you can you could self assign like hey, we're only doing mediums, or we're doing this, no clan tech, or hey, we're blah blah blah. Like there's something to be said about that. Great chat. Also, I don't think the year gap on Epic GS was overall. No, the Epic was not. That was a huge problem for. That definitely impacted sales of this product. Yes, it did. What my point being though, Naveed, is even outside of mods, because this has mods, what is so different about BattleTech? And I do think there's something about, because I feel like it fills the power gap, the thing that you want players to fill. You can create your own army. You can say like it's got enough.
I think it comes down to execution.
Yeah, that's true.
Once again. It's just the execution, being a little bit a bit more well-rounded.
Well,
and then mods that were a little bit more expensive than the ones that we had in Mercs. Like I think there is to it. It's not that the game was advertised more or anything along those lines. Just
it made its own advertisement.
Really.
It was good, and everybody, dude. What did we call chat? What did we call BattleTech? Because I streamed it. We got it like a week early. Remember that? It was, what did we call BattleTech in chat? We had Battlecrack. That's right. It was so good. We couldn't like keep our hands off the you want to talk about cinematics, the 2D animations, gorgeous, simple, audio, good, music, like hit all the notes. So anyways, my point being is,
yeah, Navid, here's the thing. Like you can say that, like you can play BattleTech with one hand, but if you go and take a look at the top most popular game chart, it's usually going to be first-person shooters and third-person shooters. So that's not to say that you can't make a successful first-person or like a third-person shooter game. Like it once again, it's just down to the execution.
BattleTech is very casual, but I also feel like that fits the age demographic that we are. We are an older demographic, and I do think it's fair to say that. And by the way, we have newer guys. I mean, shit, like Hulk is like super young. Some of these guys have been playing since they were like teenagers or still here, or some are still teenagers. So there's also fitting. And I think some of them do play other shooters, and this is also a shooter to them. But my point being, Naveed, is that the casual, there's something to be said about that. And even though clans someone brought up, Texas brought up yesterday, Texas Red, he said, I couldn't save during the mission, which was super frustrating because some of them were super long. And, so anyways, Magic, I don't know if this conversation was helpful for your anxiety, but
I didn't have anxiety. I just had
it's all right.
like a mild annoyance.
It's all right.
Like just
delusion,
mild annoyance.
Delusion is part of the process. It's okay. Step one is accepting it.
Yeah.
No, man, I do appreciate it, man. I know me and you have shared a lot of, I think we agree on a lot of stuff. We disagree on some stuff. But
and that's normal as well.
I really do appreciate the perspective you bring. MWO is still here. We're still playing it. I think as we wrap up here, I think it goes back to, I still feel, as Naveed feels jaded about mods and mercs, I think jaded about the lack of online play. Now we're 2 products in, and that second product may be the doom call, if you will, if there's not another online. I hope there is. I was hoping 2025 would be the year Russ and co announce Mech 6 and be like, hey, this is our goals. This is what we're going to work to. It's starting early development. It'll be ready in a few years. Until then, here's some DLC for clans. Development for MWO is pretty much going to go at a snail's pace based on what TOS can do. He's the only developer now. Matt is not a developer as far as
please,
content.
people have mercy towards TOS in terms of like requests and various pins.
Pitchforks, everybody, and fire and brooms. Just no. And yeah, I mean, obviously that's concerning, but again, I just feel like, yeah, I feel like there's also strategies that maybe need to be learned at PGI of saying like, look, you're on the internet, you're making internet games. People are going to have opinions. People don't, like, remember Russ's surprise of like, people still play MWO? And it's like, yeah, dude, do you not? I see him talk more about hockey on fucking Twitter than I do about anything to do with mechs, which I think is, but yeah.
I mean, I don't fault him. Like, you can talk about whatever he
No,
wants
I know,
on
but
Twitter.
it's like,
why does it matter really?
It matters because this is life, bro. This is,
Oh boy.
He was like, yeah, you guys still alive? Do we hit? And he's looking over his shoulder. He's like, are the MWO servers still on? I thought we turned those off. I feel like that's
that's the impression you got,
dude.
I think like when it comes to that, I think like PGI would be shooting themselves in the foot if they did like quote unquote shut down MechWarrior Online, because there is still like an audience that plays this. That's like probably 30,000 strong, like monthly users, and that audience is an audience that they can push products to, other products that they're developing, like both for Mech 5 mercs and for Mech clans. So like if they for some reason, whatever, like let's say server cost, like decided to cut it out, then that would be like minus 30,000 people less that wouldn't be paying attention to what you're doing, and considering how hard they're like posting stuff on the forums regarding like the other games, then it just goes to show that it's a good funnel, and like if for nothing else, it serves as a purpose as that funnel, and I don't think it would be in their interest to like cut it down, like even if it was losing money, and we got some confirmations that it's not losing money. So
Beer said,
well.
my kids and I play 14 plus 16. They have a friend come over and play shooters, and they have a hard time with the torso twist. We have to remember the game isn't easy to pick up and play too. Yep.
That's why I spent a lot of time talking about FPS mode and trying to get PGA to refine the FPS mode a bit more than what it was in this iteration, as much as the old community still likes the tank controls, but that's a separate topic.
I think I would be okay with our FPS with what you suggested, which is there's momentum and
they need to add
like
momentum to it.
Yeah, it looks so janky.
If they don't want to change the like rotation and then moving to the direction, they have like a more human like movement. If they don't want to do that, okay, but still like introduce like some degree of momentum. And if that momentum may appear to be a little bit too slow, then like show some indicators on the screen showing you like where your mech is now moving, and it would be fine.
You and the crew playing the PvP, the 5v5 arena, and with the FPS, dude,
it was so funny.
I know you guys were joking.
I knew.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
like it was so just.
I told Chicken Man I'm gonna ban him if See that?
Imagine if a flea had that movement in MWO, or like,
oh my god,
oh my god, like
it's insane.
Yeah.
It is absolutely insane. But yeah.
All right, man. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up. Thanks again for the podcast. I do appreciate it. It's always good.
Oh boy.
Yeah. Oh boy.
all right. Annie, shut up. Anyway,
Next time.
See you guys.
Yeah. See you, buddy. Yeah. Conversations with Magic podcast. Unplanned. Guys, that's gonna be it from me. I know we didn't get a lot of matches here. I feel like that conversation needed to be done, and I wanted to have it. I will make sure to get that up on YouTube tonight. Just want to say thanks again for all the support here. Also, speaking of support, let me unmute alerts. Lance, thank you for the 40 months, and Deslock, thank you for the 23 months.
All primary objectives.
So thank you guys, much appreciated. Hey, if you guys are watching over on Twitch, I will be streaming tomorrow, 10 to 4 Eastern, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. If you're over on YouTube, just want to say again, welcome. If you're over on Twitch, welcome. Thank you guys for the resubs. Thanks for being here. If you guys like what I do here, join on Discord, come and hang out. Let me go drop a link in YouTube for you guys. Join on Discord if you haven't done so already. Speaking of sport, make sure to hit up the store if you haven't done so already. Grab some merch. I did just get that 3D file that I was talking about yesterday, so expect more information on that soon. But yeah, that's gonna be it. I hope you guys have a great day, night, morning, evening. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up. Probably gonna go pick up my daughter. I gotta do some work out in the office. I got a prime today and hopefully paint. Gotta go get some paint. And yeah, so take care, be safe. We'll see you tomorrow. And of course, before we wrap up, quick shout out to my sponsors, and that of course is Das Print House. If you're looking for 3D prints, speaking of, this is one of those that is going to be coming to the NGNG store very, very soon. You'll find out more very, very soon on that one. And he does big ones too as well, 6-inch, 7-inch, whatever you need. Hit him up. So let me go drop a link. He's also on Discord. You can always hit him up in the 3D printing section, ask him questions. And that is Das Print House. And of course, if you haven't done so already, make sure to go check out that channel, ask him questions, check out the website. Just mention NGNG and he'll hook you up with a discount as well. But he's out of Oregon. It's a one-man band, one-stop shop for all things 3D printing. Super nice dude. Like I said, just got the email from Rudy for the, we're doing our own line of our versions of these. So expect more info on this. I'll do a video and sort of promote it once it gets live. I'll have to do a few tests here or there. And of course, last but not least, don't forget to check out Vite Ramen. Stock up if you haven't done so. They've got some new options as well over on the store. Use NGNG for a 10% discount. Actually, I need to probably gonna have one tomorrow. You don't have to use my link. You can just go to the thing and use checkout at any point in time. Highly recommend the pork tonkosku and the, let me go pull it up. My favorite has been the miso. There's a few different misos on there. I like them all. I do some soy sauce, usually some mushrooms, green onions. So anyways, there's stuff like that. But yeah, just want to say thanks again for all the support. Speaking of sport, Glaive, thank you for the 38 months. Don't forget, guys, if you do have a Prime sitting around, I do appreciate it. Also, if you are watching over on YouTube and you like watching, or maybe you're watching on Twitch too, I'm keeping it ad-free. There is no monetization as far as ads over on YouTube. Consider becoming a member. 99 cents gets you access to the videos as soon as I upload them. So I'm going to go ahead and drop that link. If you're a baller and you want to do more, there's different levels for you, but just know that that's what it gets you, is access to videos as soon as I upload them as well. And I try to interact and comment as much as possible as well. So I'm sure to check that out. And yeah, just want to say thanks again. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Be safe. Until next time. Peace. Ba-bow.